Welcome to the VRay Complete course for beginners, your gateway to becoming a true 3D rendering pro. Are you ready to embark on a transformative journey that will take you from novice to expert, all for free? With 8 comprehensive chapters and 44 in-depth lectures, this course is your roadmap to mastering the art of VRay rendering. Whether you are passionate about architecture, design, or simply curious about the world of 3D, this course will equip you with the skills you need to turn your vision into reality. By the end, you will be amazed at how far you have come. From starting as a beginner, you will emerge as a confident professional in the world of VRay rendering. So let's dive in and make your creative dreams a reality. In this section, we will learn how to set Vray as your default rendering engine and how it integrates with 3ds Max user interface. By default, if you open Render Setup, you will see Arnold or Scanline Renderer as your default rendering engine, depending on the version of 3ds Max you are using. And if you come here and you open your compact material editor, then you will see physical materials or standard materials over here. Now, in every 3ds Max file, you have to set Vray as your default rendering engine and VRayMtl as your material. Like this, because Vray is not fully integrated by default in 3ds Max. Now, you have two choices. Either do this in every new 3ds Max file or set Vray as your default renderer. So the first thing to do after Vray installation is to go to Customize menu and click on Custom Default Switcher, or in previous versions it was called Custom UI and Default Switcher. Click here, then go down like this and click on max.vray and click Set. Then click OK and restart your 3ds Max. By doing this, Vray is fully integrated with 3ds Max UI. Now, in every new file, Vray is set as your default renderer and VRayMtl is set as your default materials. After this, the first and most used Vray options are in the toolbar here. If you can't see the Vray toolbar here, then you can turn it on by right-clicking here and clicking on Vray toolbar. And again, right-clicking here and clicking Chaos Scatter toolbar. Or you can come here to your Customize menu, then come to your Show UI and click on Floating Toolbars. So these are the two ways to turn on your Vray toolbar. Then left click here and drag it like this or anywhere else wherever you feel comfortable. I usually like it here. Then in the Tools menu, you can see Vray Camera Listener, Vray Converter. Then in the Create menu, Vray options are here. Vray light options are here like this. Then in the modifier op menu, you have options like this. And finally, in the Vray menu, you have all the Vray options here. If for any reason you can't see these options in the menus, then you have to come here and you have to click on Vray menu registration icon. And you will get all of these menus here. Next, in the command panel, you have Vray options here, Vray options here, here, and so on. Then, in the material editor, you have Vray options like this, plus Vray options by right-clicking here. We will be discussing all of these options later in the tutorial. V-Ray 6 render settings in 3ds Max are quite easy because most of the work is already done for you. If you are still using previous versions of V-Ray, I strongly recommend to update it now, but these settings of V-Ray 6 will work in previous versions too. In this section, we will learn how to quickly set low resolution settings for test renders, and at the end of the tutorial, we will learn high resolution settings for final renders. So the first thing first, selecting the V-Ray renderer. In order to use V-Ray 6, you need to select V-Ray as your current renderer. Click on the render setup. Then set your target as production rendering mode, and in the renderer, choose V-Ray 6. It is already done for me because I have set V-Ray as my default settings from here. Click on the render element, then click on add and double click on the denoiser, or simply select it like this and click OK. Then open the GI tab. Make sure enable GI is on, your primary engine is set to brute force and your secondary engine is set to light cache. Then in your light cache section, change your subdivisions to 500. I am decreasing these values to make sure that I get my renders very quickly because these are low resolution settings. Then click on V-Ray tab, and from here, make sure your image sampler type is set to progressive and your progressive image sampler max render time is set to 1 or 2 minutes. Basically, what this will do is that it will stop the render after 2 minutes. It doesn't matter what the quality is, but it will stop the render after 2 minutes. If I change it to 5, it will stop the render after 5 minutes. So to improve the quality, you just have to change this number. The higher the number, the better the quality will be. But don't worry, I will be explaining all of these things in detail later in the tutorial. For now, just keep it to 2 minutes and move on. After all of this, come to the preset, click on Save Preset and save your preset as V-Ray Low Resolution Settings, or anything that you can remember. Click on Save. Now, in every new file, I will just go here and I will load the settings from here. I don't have to do all of these things again. After render settings, the first thing I will teach you is Chaos Cosmos browser. There are two reasons for learning it. Reason 1. Chaos Cosmos browser provides free 3D content collections for architects and designers. That makes your life a lot easier when you are working with architectural projects. Secondly, while I am teaching you Chaos Cosmos browser, we will also prepare the file that we will be using throughout this series. Currently, there are 11 categories, and at the time of recording, it has more than 4,000 plus 3D assets, and more will be added in the future. There are two ways to open Chaos Cosmos browser. Method 1. Go to V-Ray, click on Chaos Cosmos browser over here. Or you can simply click on the Cosmos browser icon. You can see at the time of recording it has 4,499 assets and still growing. You can browse these assets by categories. Currently there are 11 categories, or you can browse them from here. Let's learn how to use these 3D assets in your scene. Before doing it, quickly go, click on render setup. You can do the settings manually that we have previously learned, or you can simply click and use the preset that we have created just in the last section. Then click on this and come here. Now click on 3D models categories. These are the ready to use V-Ray 3D assets in your 3ds Max scene. You have furniture category, click on it. Then click on the outdoor furniture category. Now come here and click on this model. If you can't find this model easily, you can simply type this name as it is in your search menu here and you will get this model. So click here and click on download. Before using any 3D asset, you have to download it in your local hard drive. While it is downloading, let's go and download the other models. Click on vegetation. Click on trees. Come down here. Click here and type this name or simply browse it like I did. Then download it too. I have already downloaded, so that's why there is no download option here. Next, click on bushes. Click on this model or again type its name in the search. I have also downloaded this model previously, so that's why there is no download option. It is saying to import. You can also see that there are other options too, like you have vehicles category, you have people category, you have architecture category, and so on. There are a lot of things that you can see for yourself. Next, when your models are downloaded, you have to click on download section. You can see the previously downloaded model is already here. The furniture that I click here in the outdoors section, it's still getting downloaded, so I will wait it to be downloaded. Now guys, the model is downloaded, so just click here. Once your model is downloaded, you have to go to your download section and you will find all your downloaded models here. If for any reason you want to delete a model that is downloaded in your hard drive, local drive, so you have to click on it, click here and delete. I don't want this one, so I will delete it. But it's not necessary to delete it. If you don't want it, you can just leave it. Now you can see there are 3 models. To import a 3D model in your scene, you have to click here, then you have to click here, and your model has been imported in your scene. Let's see it. You can see the model is downloaded. I will just take it a little bit back like this. I can also import the model like this or this one like this. This model is downloaded. Now go to your top viewport. Make sure you are in your top viewport and take it back like this. So keep your angle something like this. Currently, the size of my mesh is too small. You can scale it, but if you go to the modify section like this, there is the option of scale. You can just simply scale it. I will scale it to something like this. Now, go to your top viewport and just fill this part. Shift, left click and drag it like this and make it an instance and just 2-3 more copies here like this so that it creates a back wall like this. After this, come here and click on show save frame. Plus go to your render setup. Just load the settings that we have previously made in the tutorial. As far as the output size is concerned, I will keep it to NTSC. Plus, I want the tree over here, so I will import the tree too. Click here and the tree will be imported in the center. Now, in your top viewport, I will just drag it like this. Now guys, if you see, you will be curious. The model is extremely low poly. This model is low poly, this is also low poly, this is also low poly if you can see properly. The reason for this is These models are in the form of V-Ray Proxy, a thing that I will teach you in the future. But remember, you can see them low poly here, but if you click here and you come into the modify section, the first option you will see in proxy parameters is this display option. Currently it is set to edge, but if you change it to the whole mesh, it will appear as a whole mesh, but now it will take a lot of size. If you press 7 on the keyboard, you can see currently you have that much polygons in your scene, but if you click it and you change it to edges, you will see extremely less polygons over here. So this is what it currently do. It makes your polygons less in the viewport, but when we will render it, it will give us the same result that we have seen here. Now the only two things are left is the floor and the light. For the floor, I will create a V-Ray plane. The advantage of V-Ray plane is this: you will see this plane, it's a very small plane, but it is an infinite plane. It is going over here, 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 and also here. Now I want to use a grass material over this plane. For that, I will come here. This time I will click on online section, I will click on materials, and I will click on ground. Or I can simply search grass. Okay, it's giving me too many grasses. I don't want the grass models. I only want the grass material. So I will click on material, then I will type grass. Now I have all the grass materials that Cosmos browser is providing me. So I want this one. So I will click here. Its name is grass D200C and I will click here. It's a 16 MB one. Again, go back like this and wait for the model to be downloaded. Now my model is downloaded. So I will again go to the download section. Then I will come here. Do you have two methods? You can either import it in your material editor or you can simply select the object and then click on import and it will be applied to the object. Or you can open your material editor. This is a compact mode, or you can also go to the slate one. And after that, if you click here on the import, you will see that the texture is here. Now just close it. Now, if I click on the render, I will not see anything here. The reason for this is that I have no light in the scene. We will be learning lights in the next section. Just save this scene for now. Now, I will just do one more thing to show you guys what it will look in the render. You don't need to do this thing. I will be teaching you lights in the coming section. I will just click here on the dome light and then I will click here and I will render it one more time. Now guys, if you see in the render, I'm just getting a proper tree. You can see these plants, this part properly, grass, everything. But in the viewport, I'm not getting all of these things and it is saving a lot of space. In this chapter, we will learn V-Ray Lights. So first, go and open the file that we have created in the previous section. While you can use 3ds Max standard lights with V-Ray, but it is recommended to use V-Ray lights for accurate results. There are many ways from where you can create V-Ray lights. You can go to create menu, then you can go to light section and your V-Ray lights are here. Or you can go to your V-Ray section, you can go to create and you can go to lights here. You can again come here to the light section and you can use the V-Ray light here from the command panel. Or you can use the toolbar. Toolbar is one of my favorites. The first light that we will learn is V-Ray Sphere Light. If you click here and you left click and drag it like this, you can create a V-Ray Sphere Light over here like this. Or you can simply delete it. You can also create the V-Ray Sphere Light from here. For that, you have to click on V-Ray Lights, and then you have to make sure that you have chosen sphere from here. By default, it is plain. You have to choose sphere from here, and then you have to left click and drag it. So these are the two most common ways from where I create the V-Ray Sphere Light. After this, just move this light little bit back like this. Go to your top viewport and place your light somewhere here over the table. Now move it up like this. Next, render the scene. Now, if you notice, this is not the normal 3ds Max native rendering window. Yes, it is the V-Ray rendering window that is called V-Ray Frame Buffer, and it is extremely powerful. In the later sections, we will learn its power and you will gonna love it. So back to the topic again. This is the V-Ray Sphere Light. A V-Ray Sphere Light emits light from a single point in all directions. Here, 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 everywhere. It is just like a standard bulb or energy saver from where the light is emitting from a single point. Now stop the render. Go to the modify section. Make sure your V-Ray Sphere Light is selected. Now you can click on the render again, but if you want to see the previous result without rendering, a better way is to click on last V-Ray Frame Buffer and it will open the V-Ray Frame Buffer for you. If you want to increase the intensity of the light, you use the multiplier option over here. Currently it is 30. If I increase it to, let's say, 200 and render my scene again, you will see that the light is increased. Now again stop it. Let's increase the light multiplier to 350. So you see, multiplier increases the light intensity. Stop it. Now you see it is little bit sometime for me not good to stop the light and then change the values. When I am doing lighting, I normally, instead of using render, I start using start interactive rendering. Just decrease this little bit like this and then click on start interactive rendering. What start interactive rendering will do is that when I change any parameter, it will update it instantly instead of clicking on the render, waiting for me to click on the render. So the next parameter that we will learn is color and mode. If your mode is set to color, then you can simply left click here and you can change the color of the light. If I click here and I click here, just increase it like this. You can see that the light is now emitting in this color. If I click here, I change my color, you can see. So whatever color I will set here, the light will emit that color. Don't worry about this white thing. I will tell you later in the tutorial why this color is white. But for now, just keep it like this. Remember, whatever color you give here, the light will emit that color. Next, there is another option in the modes, that is temperature. What temperature do is that it measures temperature in Kelvin values like in the real world. If you buy any bulb, energy saver, LED, you will see that it has some Kelvin value. 6500 will give you a white light. Lower values than 6500 will give you warm lights. Let's take it to 5000. See, a little bit warmer tone. Let's take it back a little bit more to 4000. Again, you can see it is becoming warm and warm. Look at this color. If I take it to 3000, again more warm. So remember, values lower than 6500 will make the color warm, and the best way is that you go to online or check the temperature in Kelvin values of the bulb that you want to simulate in your scenes. Next, values higher than 6500 will produce cool values. Let's take it to, instead of 6500, take it to 7500. You see, now we are getting a cooler tint. Let's take it to 9000, a little bit more cooler bluish tint. So that's how the temperature and colors work. I will just keep it to 5000 for now, a little bit warmer too. Now, after multiplier mode and color temperature, we will see these parameters, on and off. It is simply, if you click it, the light will be off. If you click it on, the light will be on. Type. Currently, we are using spare light, but we can change the type of this light too. For now, we will keep it to spare. Next, radius. This is extremely important. There are times in your scene when you want a soft shadow, and there are times when you want a hard shadow. So if you want to create hard or soft shadow, then you have to change the radius of the light. Now remember one thing, when you will change the radius of the light intensity will also decrease or increase. Let's see. If I make it 1, the light intensity will decrease. But if I take it back to 5, the light intensity will increase. The reason for this is that the multiplier multiplies by radius by default and then gives you the light. So this is very difficult to handle and it consumes a lot of time. But there is a solution for this, and it is unit. Remember, when your units is set to default, the multiplier will multiply by the radius and then it will give you the light, which will create problem for you when you are changing the light radius. So instead of using the units as default, change it to radiant power. If you change your unit to radiant power, then this problem will not occur. Now, if I change the size of my radius, let's say to 1, even to 0.5, there will be no change in the intensity. Now, stop your render, interactive rendering, and click on render. Use the scroll to zoom the image. Press and hold middle mouse button to take it like this. Now guys, if you look here, the shadows are sharp and my light size is small. If I want my shadows to be soft or blurry, then I have to increase the radius of my light. Now I can again render the whole image, but it will take a lot of time. When I'm doing test renderings, I can use another thing that is called render region. If I click here, I can simply left click and drag it like this, and Vray will only render this region, nothing else other than that. Now, I will again click on the render, but before clicking on the render, I will increase the radius from 0.5 to, let's say, 4 or let's say 6, then render again. Stop your render and look here carefully. You can see this shadow is sharp, but this shadow is soft. Now, if I increase it more, let's increase it to 12 and render again. Now stop the render and look here. You can clearly see the more I am increasing the light radius, the more it is becoming soft. Let's just left click here and take one more render like this. Now guys, you can clearly see that this part is so soft now. And look at this part, it's hard. So this is what the light radius or light size will do. It will make it soft or sharp. Now guys, press F on the keyboard to focus or bring this image in the full scale. If you look here, the next thing is that this light is actually irritating me. I don't want to see my light in the render. For this, you have to come into the options rollout and you have to check invisible and render it one more time. Now, there is no light in the scene. So, invisible parameter will turn off the light from the scene. Cast shadow again is extremely simple. If I uncheck it, there will be no shadow in the scene. This is something that I don't think so you want to do. So stop it, take it back like this. Now delete the V-Ray sphere light. The next light we will learn is V-Ray plane light. Again, there are different ways to create V-Ray plane light. You can go here, go to the create lights and you can create the V-Ray plane light from here. Or you can simply left click here and make sure your type is set to plane and you can create a V-Ray plane light from here. But I like method 3, that is clicking here on the V-Ray plane. And I will come to the top viewport and I will just drag it like this. Now again I will go to the modify panel and I will just make it size like 50 and 50. Again, I will go to the top viewport and place it just right above the table. Then take it up like this. Now, open your V-Ray frame buffer and start interactive rendering. V-Ray plane light is also known as V-Ray rectangular light or area light. The reason for this is that it emits the light from this area in the direction of the arrow. What do I mean by this? If I go to my rotate tool and I rotate my light over here, you can see since the arrow is towards the left, the lighting is also towards the left. And if I move it towards like this, towards the right side, now since my arrow is pointing towards the right side, you can see the light is also towards the right side. If I take it down, it's pointing downwards. Next, on and off, simply just like the previous light, it will turn the light on or off. Type defines the type of the light. Target it. If you check the targeted option, you will get a target. Just click F, come here and select your target. Just look one more time. If I select my light and I uncheck it, there is no target over here. But if I check it, then I will get a target. Take your target up like this and just bring it here. Okay guys, now there is a problem that is coming. See, wherever I am selecting the viewport, the render is happening in that viewport. Now guys, I want to see this view. I like this to see this view. I want to see the result of the perspective camera. But I want to set the light from the top camera. But whenever I'm going to the top viewport, it is also changing the view of the render. So the solution for this is that stop your render, open your render setup, and from view to render, select the camera that you want to render. In my case, I want to render from the perspective camera. So I will click here and I will click lock. What this will do is that it will only render the perspective camera irrespective of the viewport I have selected. Now, again, open your V-Ray frame buffer and start interactive rendering. You can see I have selected the top viewport, but the render is not changing. Go to the move tool and simply move your render like this. Sorry, move your target like this. Since I have pointed my target towards the single chair, it is lighting towards the single chair. But if I set my target towards the tree, it will light towards the tree. And if I set it towards the double sofa, it will point it towards this. So the target only helps us in setting the viewport. Again, select your light, uncheck target, and I will go to the rotate and I will just simply set it to point towards, I will set it to point downwards. The next parameter is length and width. It defines the size of the light. If you remember from the sphere light, we have seen that it is used to control the shadow. But before changing it, what we have to do is that we have to change our units from default to radiant power, just like the previous time. Now, if I decrease my length, or just do one more thing, just take your light a little bit like this. Okay guys, again, you can see the shadow. The shadow is soft because the light size is big. But if I decrease my light size, the shadow will be sharp. You can see soft shadows here. So for that, what I will do, I will just decrease the length and width. Let's decrease it to 5 and 5. Now guys, if you see, the shadows are sharp from the previous time. If I decrease it more, the shadow will be more sharp. Now guys, you can see the shadow is extremely sharp. So the same concept goes on from just like the previous time. Now multiplier again sets the intensity, mode and temperature are same just like the sphere light. And if I come here and I click on invisible, the light, I cannot see the light in my render. You can see it's been removed. The light is removed. Cast shadow, we don't want to discuss this because it's not important. Now, one important parameter is your light disk. This parameter, this is extremely important. Let's just do one thing. Just uncheck invisible so that I can see the light over here and just make it, let's say, for 10 and 10. So guys, you can see this is my light right now here. If I come to my perspective viewport, I cannot see it because it's inside, so I will just bring it a little bit forward like this so that I can see my light. Okay, now I can see my rectangle light and I can see in the render, in the viewport, and I can see this directional parameter. The first thing that I will do is that I will change my preview to selected. When I change my preview to selected, you can see it has a ring covering it. It means that the light, rectangle light, is moving in these directions, spreading in a wide area. But if I start increasing my directional parameter, you can see I'm reducing the area. You can see here. You can also see in the render. Now these places are not that much lit. If I increase it a little bit more, you can see only this part is lit. I know it's too bright over here. The light is burning. You have to decrease your intensity for this, light intensity. But if you look here, you have actually controlled the light area. Now the light is not spreading in all the directions. So directional parameter is extremely important because with it you can control the radius or area of the plane light. And if I take it back to 0, it will again spread in all the directions, but I have to increase my intensity multiplier or simply my multiplier so that the light can lit well. So guys, these were the important parameters of rectangle light. Simply delete your light. Now, the third light we will learn is V-Ray disk light. Again, there are multiple ways. I like this method. So I will just click here, drag it like this, and I will bring it up like this. Go to the modifier section. All the parameters are nearly identical. Just instead of the length and width, you have a radius in the disk. And again, the light will be done towards the arrow direction. Instead of the rectangle, it will emit the light from a circular shape in the direction of the arrow. Rest all the parameters are same. So if you want a light like this, circular, going downwards like in the ceiling lights, you can use it. If I again come to the light section, click on light, you can see that we have done the plane light, we have done the sphere light, and we have done the disc light. Now, two more lights are left, dome light and mesh light. First, we will do the mesh light. There are times when the shape of the light is so different that you cannot use plane light, disc light, or any other light that is in the V-Ray. Example, this shape. You can see we don't have any V-Ray light that can simulate this shape. This shape, again, you can see this shape, again, this shape, this one, and this one. For these kind of custom shapes, you need to have a light that can simulate these shapes, and for that we use V-Ray mesh light. So let's quickly come here and create a light from a basic shape, a shape that is extremely different. So for that, what we can do is we can simply use a helix over here. Then come here, open rendering, enable in render, enable in viewport, and I will check it to. I will go to the perspective viewport and I will just convert this mesh into editable poly. Then Alt Q to isolate it. Now select the faces that you want to convert into light. Let's just click here. I will click here and I will click on ring. Then I will control left click to select all the polygons. Then I will alt click to deselect this one and I will alt click to deselect this one. I want these faces to be converted into light, the red ones. For that, I have to detach my mesh. Now I will name it light or light mesh. Next, simply select the other part and apply it a V-Ray material or any material right now. It doesn't matter, but I will just apply it a V-Ray material. Select it and assign it. You can also use the standard material right now. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is this light. Select it and isolate it by clicking Alt Q shortcut. Now, I have selected this mesh only. Okay. I want to convert it into mesh light. For this, you have two methods. I will show you both the methods. I will just take its copy by shift and dragging. Now, method number one, you will go to light section, V-Ray, V-Ray light, and from here you will select V-Ray mesh light. Then you will left click here. Now, after doing this, you have to go to your modify section. Then you have to go to your mesh light section and you have to pick your mesh. Now this mesh is converted into V-Ray mesh light. You can see light over here. Next, the second method is that you can simply select the mesh, then click on the mesh light icon. It's over here. Click on this mesh light icon and this mesh light will be converted into this mesh will be converted into light. Now, I will delete this one because I don't need two lights. One light is enough for me. And I will select this light over here. Now, I will go to my perspective viewport and I will again start interactive rendering. You can clearly see that this part is only lighting, while this part is not lighting. It doesn't matter if you put here a V-Ray material or a standard material, it will not light. The only thing that will light is the mesh that we have converted into mesh light. You can increase or decrease the multiplier to set the intensity. Again, you can give it any color you want. I want this kind of color, so I have used this kind of color. Don't worry about this white part. I will tell you later in the tutorial why it is coming, and we will look for the ways to control it. So guys, this is how you create these kind of shapes, custom shapes. While all the parameters are same, the only additional parameter is this mesh light. Stop it. Now, what if I have selected this mesh and press Alt Q to isolate everything. Now guys, what if I want my mesh back? Since this mesh is converted into light, I cannot use it to modify the mesh. To get the mesh back, in the mesh light section, you have to click on extract mesh as node. If you click here, you will get another mesh. And if you drag it, you can see that's your editable mesh. And that's your V-Ray light mesh. So guys, this is how you use V-Ray mesh light for custom lighting. So guys, I hope that the mesh light is clear to you. The next light that we will learn is very, very important. Watch it very carefully. If I click on my light, we have done plane, sphere, mesh and disk. But there is another light that is called dome light. If I select it and I put it anywhere, it doesn't matter where I put it. The only thing that matters is that you are using it in your scene. Now, if I go to my interactive viewport and I start interactive rendering, you can see that first of all, the position is not going to matter. By default, this light produces soft shadows, as you can see here, and the light is coming from all over the scene, just like a real world sky. By default, it simulates like a real world sky. If I go to my modify section, you don't have radius or these other properties. You only have your multiplier, color, these kind of things. You can make it invisible. You will not see it in the background. But normally we don't use dome light like this. With dome light, we use HDRI images. So what is an HDRI image and what is the benefit of using it with mesh light? There are a lot of websites on the internet. If you type free HDRI, you will see a lot of free HDRI websites. I like Polyheaven, so I am just using it. By the way, it is not sponsored. It's just my personal favorite. You can see there are a lot of sections over here. Outdoor, skies, indoor. Let us go to the outdoor one. Again, in the outdoor, you have natural light, partially cloudy, and so on, skies, morning, and so on. Now, if you click here on this one, sunset one, and you just select this one, you will get this kind of result. On white surface, you will get this kind of result. You will get soft shadows. You will get this kind of reflections, these kind of refractions, and on the paint, you will get this kind of result. What you can do, you can come here, you can simply click on the HDR and you can download it. Open it. Then, to use the HDRI image with the dome light, what you have to do is that you have to click on this map section. Then you have to come here in the V-Ray section and you have to use V-Ray bitmap. Remember, we have to use V-Ray bitmap, not the normal 3ds Max bitmap. Then you have to click OK and it will ask you where is your HDRI image. So this is my HDRI image. I will click on open and my HDRI image is set. Now, if I click on interactive rendering, you can see the whole lighting has been changed. I'm getting soft shadows. Look at the sky and the tune. I just want to zoom out my camera a little bit like this. Now guys, my HDRI image that I have downloaded has been attached to the dome light, and the dome light is using this HDRI image to cast light. Since there is no proper sun. It's a sunset scene, so the shadows are soft. But what if I go back and this time I use some other HDRI? Let's say I want to use this and I download it. Now, again, I can simply right click and clear it. I can left click here and I can double click on the bitmap and I can simply use this one. Now you can see the whole lighting has been changed. Just by changing one HDRI, I've changed the whole lighting, shadow and everything, and gives you an enormous power. And you can light very quickly with the help of it. Plus, it's not completed yet. There is a lot more to come right now. The next thing is this. I can even rotate my HDRI. Remember, position is not going to matter. See, if I'm changing it, there is no difference in my light. But if I try to rotate it, initially it will not make any difference. You can see there is still no change. So undo it. Undo its rotation one time. Now guys, if you want to rotate your shadows, rotate your background, then what you have to do is that you have to check lock texture to icon. The moment you check it, now if you rotate your HDRI, now if you rotate your dome light, you are actually rotating your HDRI. You can see the shadows direction. I want my shadows to go back, not like this, go towards this side. So I will rotate it a little bit more. Now guys, if you see, I have changed my shadows from this side towards the back side. Even my background has been changed. So guys, you can see the power of HDRI plus dome light to light exteriors, interiors. Even in the product, I use it sometime. Now let's go one more time. And this time, let's go for a night scene. Just download a night HDRI. Again, left click here, double click on the bitmap and simply choose this HDRI. And you can see the scene lighting has been changed. If I decrease it a little bit, you can see the whole light has been changed. So this is how you use dome light and HDRI. Plus, there is one more option. You don't need to now in V-Ray 6. You don't need to go and download HDRIs. V-Ray itself provides you a lot of HDRIs. So if we stop our render here and we go to the Cosmos browser and we go to the HDRI section, you can see day, evening and studio it provides us. Let's say I want this sunset one or this one. Let's go for this one. Download it. Also, I will click here and I will download this one too. Plus for the day one, I will just want to go and I want to download, let's say this one. We will just wait for them to be downloaded. Now, if I click on my downloaded one, I can see one of my HDRI has been downloaded. The others are in progress. So what you will do right now is that if you want to use Cosmos browser HDRIs, so you just simply need to select your light. You don't have to do anything else. Just select your dome light, then click on this import icon. And it will directly import it and set everything for you. Now, if you click on interactive rendering, your result might be too bright. It might be extremely bright. For that, I will also do one more thing. I will set my intensity multiplier back to its original value. Now the result will be more bright than the previous time. This will happen when you are using Cosmos browser HDRI. The reason for this, or you can say the solution for this, are two solutions. Number one, you can simply use V-Ray physical camera, which we will learn later, and we will be using this physical camera. Or you can simply come to your rendering menu and click on environment, and from the exposure control choose V-Ray exposure control. And now if I render it, my result will be okay. So remember, whenever you are using V-Ray dome light and Cosmos browser HDRI, then there is a lot of chance that your render will be extremely bright on the default multiplier 1 value. For this, you have two options. One option is this: you can use V-Ray exposure controls from here by pressing 8 on the keyboard. You can come here and you can use this one. Or the second option is this: you are in your perspective camera, just click on the V-Ray physical camera and your perspective camera has been replaced with the V-Ray physical camera. Now remember, we have turned off the exposure control from here. It should give us a bright value, but since we are using V-Ray physical camera, now again it will give us the same result. There will be no change in the result. Even if I rotate it, you can see sky is changing, everything is happening, and there is no issue. And I will highly suggest you guys to first try to use these Cosmos browsers HDRI because they give you a very good result. But if you don't find any good one for yourself, then you can go to the internet. One more thing. Again, go to my Cosmos browser, and this time I will just simply again refresh my download section, and you can see I have other HDRIs too. If I click here, import this one, you can see the whole scene lighting has been changed. Again, go here. My light is selected. If I click on import, again, my whole scene lighting has been changed. So this is the power of HDRI. You with the dome light. I know I am saying it again and again and again, but I want you guys to remember this thing. I don't want you guys to forget it. V-Ray sunlight. If you want to create daylighting, then you can also use V-Ray sunlight. Again, there are multiple ways to create V-Ray sunlight. You can go to V-Ray menu, then you can go to create lights and you can click on V-Ray sunlight from here. Or you can come to your lighting section, then go to V-Ray and you can create it from here. Or you can simply come here and create it from the V-Ray toolbar. I will highly recommend, if you want to create V-Ray sunlight, then you should go to your front viewport. Then click on the V-Ray sunlight, then left click and hold it. Don't release it right now and drag it all the way like this. When it is down, then release your left click. Now it will ask you, would you like to automatically add a V-Ray sky environment map? Click yes. Now you have successfully added V-Ray sun and sky in the scene. After this, go to your perspective viewport and render your scene. Upon rendering, you can see that the light is too bright, which is something that we don't want. So stop your render. Remember one thing, if you are rendering in perspective viewport or you are rendering using 3ds Max standard camera, then the default light will be too bright. And to correct this, you have to go to your modify panel and you have to select your V-Ray light. Press T on the keyboard to go to the top viewport, select this, then intensity multiplier. Now you have to decrease your intensity multiplier from 1 to 0.025. Then again, press P on the keyboard to get back to your perspective viewport. Render your scene. You can clearly see that your light is perfect now. The light is not burning anymore. So the first method is to decrease your intensity multiplier from 1 to 0.025. Next, before seeing the next method, just save your render. Let's save it as sun 01. Now, again, take it back to 1. If I render it, again my result will be bright. Just stop your render. The second method that you can correct this light burning or extremely high light is that you should go to your rendering menu, go to environments. Then in your exposure control, you should go and click on V-Ray exposure control from here. You will get V-Ray exposure control properties here too. From the white balance, you can select the daylight, but first we will click on D65. Now, render the scene again. Now you can see our result is perfect, just like the previous time. When I'm setting my exposure control to V-Ray exposure control and my white balance preset to D65. Now save it again as sun 02. Now guys, if you look clearly, when you decrease your light intensity to 0.025 and when you set your exposure control to V-Ray exposure control and preset to D65, you get the same result. So this is the first method by which you can correct your V-Ray sunlight. Now just quickly come again to environments or press 8 on the keyboard. Just set it back to no exposure control. Now, if I render it again, you can see it is again burning. Till now, we have learned two methods how to control the light brightness. But if you're using V-Ray physical camera, then you will not face this problem at all. What do I mean by this? Just see it. Now, I'm in my perspective viewport here. If I directly click here on the V-Ray physical camera, I will teach you V-Ray physical camera later in the series, but for now just click on V-Ray physical camera and you see now you are rendering in V-Ray camera, V-Ray physical camera. So if I render now, you will see you will get the perfect result. So remember this thing. If you are using V-Ray physical camera, then you will get the perfect value from the start. But if you are not using V-Ray physical camera, you are rendering in perspective viewport or you are using 3ds Max standard camera, you will face the problem for which I have told you the two solutions. Next, I will select my V-Ray sun, then I will decrease its angle. You can see I'm taking it back like this, or if I go to my perspective viewport right now, I will just take it like this, down like this. So guys, you can see my camera is, my sun is extremely down. If I go to my horizon level, in the front viewport, you can see it's below the ground. Just like take it nearly towards the ground. So currently my sun is set like this, like a morning or the sunrise or sunset angle. Click on V-Ray frame buffer and start interactive rendering. Now guys, you can see the moment I take down my V-Ray sun automatically adjusts the light, color, intensity and shadow. So if I take it little bit up, you can see everything started to change. So that's the beauty of V-Ray sun. You just need to adjust it once and then rest of the thing, it will do it by itself. Now guys, you can see again. If you come to the modify panel, you have another option, size multiplier. If you increase your size multiplier, then you increase this thing. Again, take it back to 1. I don't want to increase it. If you don't want to see your sun, you can simply left click here, or you can check invisible. You will not see your sun. Now, again, take it up a little bit more. Little bit more. You can see it is automatically adjusting everything for us. Plus one more thing, if I click here on the alpha, you can see all of this part is black. The sky part is black. So you can save the PNG and put the sky in some editing software like Photoshop or After Effects, whatever you are using. Okay, now I will come towards the top viewport. Oops, there is a problem. Now, if I'm coming here on my top viewport to set my sun, I'm facing the issue is that the light is too bright. Plus, it has changed the camera from which I want to render. So, to correct this, stop your render, select your V-Ray camera, then click on render setup. From view to render, make sure you have selected the camera that you always want to render and lock it from here. Now I have locked my camera. Now if I render again, start interactive rendering, you will see it doesn't matter which viewport I have selected. It will only render the viewport that I have selected from the render setup. Now I can simply change the light. See? So guys, you can see that V-Ray Sun is extremely good. You only need to set the intensity multiplier once, and after that, it will do all the things for you. And remember this point, if you're using V-Ray physical camera, then you will not face any problem in the rendering. But if you're using perspective or 3ds Max standard camera, then you have to decrease your intensity or set it from the environment here. Now stop your camera. Next, before going any further, I want to tell you about these two parameters. These three parameters, they are extremely important. So, to see them clearly, what I will do, I will select my bush from here, right click and hide it. Also, I will select this one. I will right click and hide it. I will also select this one and hide it too. Now guys, first of all, I will render the scene like this. Not in the interactive viewport, just simple render. If I come here, zoom it like this, and I'll just select a region over here like this. I want to teach you a few things. Just see this gray color. It is coming from here. It is giving a gray tint to all of this part. Next, this blend angle and horizon height. If you don't want to see this gray color, you need to increase your horizon height. The more I increase my horizon height, the more it will go down. Let's just increase it to 1 right now because it's not that much high. And if I render again, look at this part, what will happen? You can see this gray color is down and I don't have any issue right now of seeing this gray color. So this is how you adjust this part. If it is too high, then I might have to decrease my horizon offset from 1 to like 2, 3, 4. So remember, the more you increase the horizon height, the down this gray color will go. Next, again take it back to 0. Blend angle. Blend angle merges it with the sky. If I increase it to, let's say, 5 and I render again, you can see the difference in the color. It is blending. If I decrease it to 0 and render, you can see this part is sharp. There is no blending over here. But if I increase it to, let's say, 2 and render, you can see it is giving some blending. So blend angle actually blends this color, and horizon height sets the height of this color. If I, let's say, take it down to 0.5 and render it again, it is down. So stop it and press F on the keyboard to zoom it and render again. Now I will not see this line. This line is gone. So these are also the 3 important parameters. So guys, this is your V-Ray Sun from which you can easily set things. Now, right click, unhide all. The next thing that we will learn is clouds. In V-Ray 6, you also have the cloud option. So again, start your interactive rendering, clouds. If I check here, I will see clouds on the sky. You can see here. If you want to see the cloud's shadow on the ground, you have to check ground shadow. Right now there is no cloud above us, so we are not getting any shadow here. Then density. If I increase the density to its maximum value, that is 1. A density of 0 means no clouds or extremely less clouds. A density of 1 means full. The sky is full of clouds. Plus you can also see the shadow is soft now because the sky is extremely cloudy. Now I don't want extreme clouds, so I will decrease the density from 1 to 0.6. Now there are less clouds in the sky. Density multiplier. The larger the value, the darker the sky becomes at the horizon. If we set this value to 0, we will not get any cloud in the scene even if our value is high, this density value. So you cannot make it 0. But if we increase it, let's increase it to from 1 to 10. Save this result as density 10. Okay guys, now if you see this cloud over here and here, currently the density multiplier is 1. But in this case, the density multiplier is 10. You can clearly see that these clouds are darker, but they are not as much dark. Plus, if you look this part towards the horizon and towards here, you can see when the density multiplier was 1, it was less dark. But when the density multiplier is 10, it is more dark. So this is what the density multiplier do. And guys, if you have ever used V-Ray previously, then you might be thinking why I am not using the V-Ray frame buffer history option from which we can compare renders easily. The simple answer is that first I want you guys to know lights, and after that I want to teach you this option. So that's why I skip it. In the beginning, if I start teaching you all of these things, you might get bored. So I quickly come towards the light, and then I will be teaching you V-Ray frame buffer. Then we will be learning the other things. So guys, back to our topic. The next parameter that we will learn is variety. By the name, we simply know that a variety is used to give variety to your clouds. So if I decrease it, I will get less variety or less shape of clouds, less different shapes. But if I increase it, I will get more shapes, more variety of clouds. Simple. So I will set it to 0.5. I don't want it too much. I don't want it too less. I want it in the mid. Next, seeds. Generate a random value based on the given number to change the patterns of the cloud. It simply changes the patterns of the cloud. So it is like this. I'm happy with these parameters, but I want a different variation with these parameters. So what I will do, instead of this seed 0, I will change it to something else. Let's name it. Let's give it 1. Now guys, you can see when the seed is 1, the cloud shape is changed. Plus, luckily, we get a cloud on the top of our scene that is casting shadow over here. So that's why you can see that this part is also soft. So seed just simply changes the pattern of the clouds or give it a random pattern. After seed, the next parameter we will look is thickness. The thickness parameter specifies how full the clouds are. Smaller values make it thinner. If I decrease my value from 500 to 100, you can see the cloud is thin. But if I increase it, it will make my clouds look extremely heavy. Let's increase it to 1000. And you can see my clouds is extremely heavy. Let's just take back the seed to 0. I don't want a cloud just above it, so that I don't want it to be in the shadow. You can see on 1000 the clouds are extremely thick, but 500 is a very good value. I don't want to change it. If you want to animate the clouds or you want to change the position of the clouds, then you can use this offset X and offset Y. If I change it to, let's say, 500, you can see the clouds rotates. If I change it, this one to 500, the clouds moves. You can animate them. So look, they are going towards this side. If I just take it to 1500, you can see they are going further. But if I take them to negative minus 1500, they will come towards me. So you can animate them. Next, height. If you want to decrease or increase the height of the clouds, you can do it from here and so on. Okay guys, one more thing. I will just make my density less. Let's take it back to 0.3. I don't want too many clouds in my sky. 2.3 is too less, I think so. 0.5 is better, yes. And as far as the variety is concerned, I don't want it too much. 0.3, and just take back these two parameters to their default position. So now these are my clouds right now, like this. Next, cirrus amount. I hope I'm pronouncing it correct. If you change this parameter, let's see what is going to happen. If I change it to 1, you can see there are small clouds over this place, all the sky. So this is what it controls. If I take it back to 0, you can see a clean sky. So if I take it back to its maximum position, that is value 1. If I take it to in between 0.5, you will see less of them. Look, some here, but not here. So they will be randomized. So this also works as a very good value if you want these kind of small ones. Let's 0.7. You can see some here too. So again, take it back to its default value. So guys, these are the important parameters of V-Ray sun, sky and clouds. Remember one more thing. If you want to delete V-Ray sun, then you cannot simply left click here and delete it like this. You will still see some lights. The reason for this is that you have deleted V-Ray sun, but you haven't deleted V-Ray sky. So to delete V-Ray sky, you have to come here. You have to click on exposure control. Then you have to right click and clear it from here. Uncheck it too. Now your V-Ray sun and sky has been properly removed. So this is how you delete V-Ray sun and sky. Next, ambient light. If you come here to the V-Ray light section, you can see there is an ambient light. You just simply click here, drag it up like this, and start your interactive rendering. First of all, it doesn't have too many options, just simply intensity and not anything that is extremely important. I can increase my intensity if I don't see any light here. But normally I don't use this light because it makes the scene flat. You can place it anywhere, it doesn't matter. So this light is not that much important. So simply ignore this light. But you can use it as a flat light. Wherever you place it, it will give even lighting to the whole scene. Next, we will learn V-Ray IES light. If you want to create light patterns like these, if you want your light to show patterns on the walls or somewhere else like this, you can see all of these shapes that normally you see in exteriors and interiors. Then you need to use V-Ray IES light. So first we will prepare the file for it. I will highly recommend you guys to create a new file over here for a minute because it is easy to understand this. I light on a separate new file. Just go to the top viewport and create a plane from here like this. Then come here like this. Now guys, apply some materials to it. Simply go to Cosmos browser and I will apply the grass material that I have used previously to the ground, and for the wall I have downloaded another material, bricks concrete F01 200 cm, and I will apply it over here on it. It's up to you. You can go to any viewport, front or side, but don't use perspective or top. Go to front or left, it's up to you. Then again, there are multiple ways to create V-Ray IES light. You can go into V-Ray menu, create lights. You can create it from here, or you can simply come here. You can create IES light from here or from the toolbar. So I will left click here, click and hold left mouse button, and then drag it all the way like this, and now release it. Next, render your scene. If you see, right now I cannot see any pattern like this. Nothing like this. The reason for this is that first I need to download an IES file. Again, you can search on the Google, you can get a lot of free IES file, but one of my favorite websites is ieslibrary.com because it provides free materials, and I will highly suggest you guys to support this person. He's doing an extremely well job. Again, it's not paid, it's just one of my favorites websites. Now, if you want a light like this, you simply have to click here. Then you have to make sure that you are downloading an IES file. After this, what you have to do is that you have to select your IES light. You have to go to your modify panel, and then you have to click on IES file from here. Then select your IES file and open it like this. Next, render again. Upon rendering, you can see I am seeing a spot over here, but I cannot see anything on the wall. So guys, the reason for this is that whenever you are using IES light, you have to make sure two things. First, your light is close to the wall. I have selected my light, then I'm in my top viewport, and I drag it all the way close to the, you can see, wall. You have to make sure first that your file is close to the wall. Your IES light is close to the wall, and second, your intensity value. So render it again one more time. Now you can see that the light is making a pattern. Just start interactive rendering. You can clearly see. Again, it has all the parameters nearly just like the previous lights. You don't need to look for all of them, just few of them are better. If I go to the temperature, I want a warm tone, so I will make it 5000. You can see again, a little bit warm light, or you can go for 4000. You can increase your intensity value. Now guys, you can see the pattern is over here too, like this. So if I just rotate my file a little bit like this, you can see. So if you want a different light pattern like this, so simply come here and download this one. Now again, come here and change your IES file. Okay, I have changed my IES file, but I don't think so I'm getting the same pattern that I was looking for. So there is another catch over here. Just stop it. Go to your top viewport or any viewport and look at your light. You have to rotate it. So simply left click here, right click, change your angle to 45 or anything, it's up to you, and rotate it like this. Now again render and check your file. Now you can see the light is perfect now. So sometimes you also have to rotate your IES light to 90 degree. I have set it to 45 and then I have rotated 2 times. So equal 90 degree I have rotated it. So in an IES file, you have to look for few things. The first thing is that you have to make sure it is close to the wall. Second, you are using an IES file over here. The third is your temporary intensity value. You have to set it high so that you can see it on the wall. And lastly, sometimes you have to rotate it 90 degree. So remember these few points and you will always be able to use IES file extremely well. So just do one more thing. We have downloaded another IES file. I just want to see one more result. So simply left click here and use this file. Click here and render it one more time. You can see this light, it's not going down too much. So, and you can also do it like this. Just take it down like this. Sometimes you have to use 2 files, 2 lights in a scene. So sometimes we also do it like this. You might have seen it. You have a light over here and both of these parts are lighting. So this is an IES light. So that's the end of our light section. In this chapter, we will learn V-Ray Frame Buffer. V-Ray Frame Buffer is much more than a render image holder window. It is extremely important because it provides a high level of post-processing adjustments and the ability to modify your scene render from within the V-Ray Frame Buffer window. And you don't need to save your image to the hard disk and then go into a separate software and then do adjustments over there. You can do your adjustments within 3ds Max V-Ray Frame Buffer and get quick result. So there are multiple ways to open V-Ray Frame Buffer. First, go to the V-Ray menu and click here. Next, go to the render setup. Then click on V-Ray tab and then click on show last V-Ray Frame Buffer. Next, you can again click here to show last V-Ray Frame Buffer. So these are the 3 ways you can open your V-Ray Frame Buffer. Now, V-Ray Frame Buffer provide us multiple ways to render. We will look both of them, but a little bit later. For now, if I click here, you can see that my image has been rendered. Now, if you look below, it is giving us the render time. It took around 2 minutes and 0.3 seconds. Next, I want to change the intensity of my render. Let's say I want to increase the intensity of my light and then I want to compare them. V-Ray also gives me this ability. To turn on this ability, you have to do one thing. you have to simply come here and you have to double click here. You can see this little icon type of things, or anywhere on this line, you have to double click. When you double click here, you see a window has been opened. Now, you need to go to the options. You need to go to VRay frame buffer settings. Then you need to go to the history tab. In your history tab, you have to click enable. Then you have to assign it a folder. Let's say in my hard drive, I am making a folder named temp image _img. And I'm going to select it like this. After this, you can assign the size of this folder, maximum size. Let it be like this. It's enough. Save and close. Now, all of these buttons are working. If you click here, you are actually saving this image into your VRay frame buffer history. Next, close this window and select your light. Now, I want to increase the intensity of my light. Let's increase it to 1.5 and render it. This render is also complete. We can also save this render here. If we click here, this render is also saved. Next, if you want to compare both of them, you have to simply click here on AB. Then you click here, this part will become A, and if you click here, this part will become B. Next, if you drag here, you can see the intensity. You can clearly see that the intensity has been increased. Let's say I'm not happy with this HDRI lighting. I want to change my lighting. So what I can do, I can select my light, make sure your light is selected, and go to your Cosmos browser, then go to the HDRI section and just compare it. Let's just go with this one. Now, render it one more time. Plus, just stop it, and also I want to change my multiply back to 1. Render it. Save this render and compare them. Click here. Then if I click A, then this part will become A. This image, this part is A. And if I click here, then this part is B. So you can see like this. If I make this one B and this one A, so this is A, this is B. So you can compare your render results like this. It will be extremely important because in the next section we will be doing materials and we will be using this option a lot. So understand it very well. Next, if I left click here and hold it, you can see I can also do it like this. Or if you want to go with 4 images, you can also go with the 4 images, A, B, C, and D like this. So it's all up to you. Normally A, B is enough. We know how to save image, how to compare it. Next, load. This option is also extremely important. Let's say I want to share this, I want to save this previous result to my hard drive and share it with a colleague. So for that, I don't need to render it again. I can simply select it like this. Now there are 2 options. I can double click or I can click load to VFB and it will come here. Now I can simply click here to save it and send it or share it with anyone. Let's say I just click it here and it's saved as a JPEG and I can share it, or Targa PNG, it's up to you. If I want to share it with someone else, I can double click here and I can save this one too. And then JPEG, or this time I will go with a PNG. Now both of them have been saved into my hard drive and I can easily share it with someone else. After this, if you want to delete something, you can simply click and delete it. Let's say I want to delete this result, I can select it and I can delete it. Further, you can simply right click and you can edit a note, anything, whatever you want. Let's say I want to click daylight test, and if I click on the side and I come here, you can see it is giving me the name I have written. You can also write notes over here. Plus it is giving you time and the size of your render. Next, after the history, the next important option is the compositing options. If you come here and you double click here on this line, or you click here on the log, you will get another window on the left. Let's just double click here. It is giving me layers here. If I double click here again, it will be off. Now, if I click on the log, you can see the log options. But if I click on the layers tab, you will get the layers tab over here. So in layers tab, if you left click on this plus sign, then you are getting these compositing options. So, or post-processing options. So if I click on, let's say, hue and saturation, and I increase my saturation, you can see that it is becoming sharp. If I decrease my saturation and increase my saturation. So here is I can change my saturation. If I want to change the lightness, I can also do these things. If I want to change the hue, I can also change the hue. And if you want to reset it to its default value, you can simply come here, right click and click reset, and it will change back to its default values. If you want to delete it, you can simply select it, click here, or you can right click and you can delete it from here too. Now, if you again come here, you left click here, you have white balance. You can play with the temperature, warm color, cool colors. So you can change your lighting. See, you don't have to render it. You can just do it from here. Next, if you want to turn it off, you can turn it off too without ever deleting it. Next, if you left click here, exposure, this one I use a lot. I can change the contrast. Normally I use a contrast of 0.1 or 0.15 from here. So you can see contrast off, contrast on. Plus, as far as this highlight burn is concerned, if you come here, it looks at the extreme values that are burning, the light values that are too much. And if I start decreasing it, you can see without even changing my lights, I can control this highlight burn. See, these parts are over burning. So if I come here, decrease it little bit, I can control it like this. So off, on, off, on. Just press F here to get it again to focus. So there are others too, you can use them, but the important ones are over here. And if you want to use a background, you can also use a background. And in here you can plug an image that you can see in the background too. Instead of this, clouds. Again, delete this one. After the history and the layers option, the next option that is extremely good is interactive use rendering, and I use it a lot. Let's just minimize it like this and start interactive rendering. The main advantage of interactive rendering is that I can simply select my light. Let's just come here, select your light. And if I change any value, either or anything, if I make any change, it will be updated instantly. Let's say I decrease my multiplier from 1 to 0.3, and you can see the light has been decreased. If I change it back again to 1, you can see the light has been increased. So it will update things immediately. Next, if I don't want to render all the images, let's say I only want to render the sofa set. So what I can do here is that I can select my sofa set, and while I'm using interactive rendering, if I click here, it will only render the sofa set. Now guys, let's say I want to render this image and I want to change the value of the light at the same time. So for that, I need to come here and I need to lock my selection. So I will leave my mouse here. Now my selection has been locked. So if I select right now this light, it will still keep rendering this sofa set. And if I change my values, you can see it is updating it immediately. And remember one more thing, don't worry about this cloud. These clouds are transparent. If you save a PNG, you can ignore them. See this black part. So it will appear as transparent. So don't think that I have selected this cloud. I have only selected this object and it is only rendering it. This is a transparent area. Or if let's say I want to select the trees, if I click here, still it is not selecting the tree. The reason is that it's on isolates lock selection. So if I bring it to isolate selected, now tree will be rendered. Now table will be rendered. And if I uncheck it, the whole image will start rendering. So this option is also important. After this, let's say I don't want to render a single image. I want to render a part of my image. For that, this is not a good option. Instead, you should use region render. Now, if I click here and you can see there is a region render already coming, but let's say I want to render this part. So if I left click and drag it like this and hold it. Now, if I release my left click, I have selected this area. Now, if I select my light and let's say I can do anything. Let's say I just rotate my light. You can see the shadow has been rotated. If I undo it and let's say I want to change the intensity, again I can change the intensity. So this is what the region renders do. Plus there are other options too, but they are not that much important. You can simply see them on your own. After this, turn off the render region. Render region, by the way, also works on renders too. It works on both renders and interactive rendering. You can save your image. We have already seen it from here. We can see the alpha, we can see all the colors, or if you want to delete something from this, you can simply click here and it will delete it from here. Next guys, lens effect. V-Ray frame buffer also gives you the option of lens effect. So let's see it. Let's just reset the scene. Next, go to your Cosmos browser again, click on models, click on lighting, click on pendants, then select Bright 001 file, or you can simply search it from here. Let's download it. Now this Bright 001 has been downloaded, so I will click here to import it. It's like this. Go into your front viewport or anywhere, just bring it a little bit up. Press Z on the keyboard, come here and turn on show save frame and just come here like this. As far as the render size is concerned, I just want to keep it a square right now. Now render it. Currently, you can see that it's not that much bright. Everything else is too dark. So to just fix it, what I will do is that I will use a dome light. It's not necessary to use a dome light, but I just want these objects to be shown a little bit. So that's why I'm using it. And I will give it a very light value of 0.1 and now render it one more time. As far as the background is concerned, just come to your options and click on invisible. Now render it one more time. Okay, so now I can see it a little bit better like this. or just make sure your light is selected. Let's just decrease it to 0.05. I just want a very small amount of light in here so that I can see the bulb and other parts. Okay, before we use the lens effect, you need to remember two things. First of all, your light intensity should be high, else it is not going to work. Second, you should come to your render setup, V-Ray tab, and make sure your color mapping is set to default Reinhardt with burn value of 1 or linear multiplier. By the way, if you don't change color mapping, then you don't need to worry because by default it is Reinhardt and it is okay. Now back to our topic. Just maximize it first and then you have to click here on lens effects and click here enable lens effects. This will enable your lens effects from here and you can turn it on or off from here or from here like this. Then size. Size simply defines the size of your lens effect, overall lens effect. Then intensity. Intensity will make it more bright like this. Size is going to decrease it like this. As far as the intensity is concerned, on top, on the value of 10, it is going to stop, but you can type a manual number from here till 100 and then it will come or become like this. And now you can play with your intensity again. Normally our intensity of 10 works well. And as far as the size is concerned, we will be playing it a little bit in the future too. Then bloom. Bloom controls the blend between the bloom and the glare. A value of 1 forces a full bloom. If I make this value 1, it will give a full bloom. But if I make it 0, it will give me full glare. So you can play with them. A value of 0.4 will be more towards the glare and less towards the bloom. After this, threshold value. If you are getting extra bloom on some other parts, then you can increase this value to control the extra blooms. After that, saturation. If I make my saturation 2, it will just bright my light. It will make it a little bit more warm. If I click here, it will make it more cool. So what this value do, saturation, is that it increases the effect of cold or warm. 1, you can see less, 0, more less. So 1 is the default one, keep it like this. And if I uncheck this one simply switch between warm and cool effect. This is going to increase the warm or cool effect value. So guys, the next thing I do after this is I will come to my aperture shapes and you can change your sides from here like this. But I'm happy with the 6, so I will keep it like this. Then if you want to rotate your sides, you can also rotate them. Let's just 50, 45, 10. Let's go for 25 or 30. So you can change your sides from here too. Let's just, I think so 25 was better or 20 is more better. Okay. Then after this, what the next option I do is I come to the lens dust and I check it like this. It will start giving me something like this. Then open your lens dust. I don't use the intensity that much. I normally use it as a small value. Let's decrease it to 5. So you can also play with lens scratches and other options, but it's all up to you. For me, I just simply play with these values, and then in the final, if I want to play with the size, something like this, I play it with it too. Or as far as the lens dust is concerned, I will keep it to 1 for this one, a very subtle one. So guys, this is what the V-Ray lens effect can do. If I turn it off, you can see if I turn it on like this. And it's not necessary that you do it the way I do it. You can change it according to your own needs. So I hope that you guys can understand the importance of V-Ray frame buffer its history option, its compositing option, its lens effects, its rendering option. It's an extremely powerful tool that you guys should do, because I have seen a lot of students, they don't use V-Ray frame buffer, but I will highly recommend you guys to start using V-Ray frame buffer. V-Ray materials. We can use 3ds Max standard materials with V-Ray, but it is recommended to use V-Ray materials for accurate results. Although V-Ray Cosmos browser provides you a huge variety of pre-made materials that you can use in your 3D projects. It has breaks to car paint, to concrete, ceramic, and so on. If you see, it has a huge variety of materials. But there will come a time when you need to tweak these materials in order to get the desired result that you want. Let's see an example. Let's come to the plastic. Let's say we want a translucent plastic. Currently, we have these 3 plastic types of translucent. But we don't want, we are happy with all the things, but let's say I just want a different color than this. So for that, I have to import this material and tweak it. But if you don't know the parameters, definitely you will not be able to tweak it. So let's learn V-Ray materials. First of all, I will render to see the lighting condition of my scene. Currently, there is no light in the scene. So I will just use a dome light with HDRI. Just quickly create the dome light like we did in the previous tutorial. Then go to your Cosmos browser, go to your downloaded HDRIs. Just make sure that you are in the HDRI section. And I will be using this day 26, day 026 HDRI. Click import. This HDRI has been added here. Now render one more time to see is there any lighting? Yes, there is some light. And as far as the burning is concerned, for that I will simply click here on the V-Ray physical camera. And now there will be no burning. Okay guys, now stop your render. Next, I will take my camera a little bit close. Let's just make it close like this. Then you can create any shape, but I will recommend you guys to use teapot, because teapot will give you a lot of curves and you will be able to look at the material a lot better if you use teapot. And just increase some segments. Now guys, if you're following the tutorial from the beginning, then you know that if we click here, this is our slate material editor. Let's just delete it like this. And we also have a compact material editor. Currently, in my compact material editor, you can see that I'm getting V-Ray materials. The reason for this is that in the beginning, in chapter 1, we have set our default preferences from the custom default switcher to V-Ray. If you haven't done so, then you might be seeing a physical material or a standard material in your slots. So in that case, if you are seeing some other material, then you have to click here, left click, and then you have to go into V-Ray materials and you have to click on V-Ray material from here. This is the basic and most important V-Ray material. And it will be converted into V-Ray material from here. Just like this, click on left click here, then double left click here on V-Ray materials and it is done. And if you are doing the slate, if you are using the slate material editor, then you don't need to do anything. You just have to come to V-Ray section and you have to double click here on the V-Ray material to get it here. Now, select your teapot, press M on the keyboard for the material editor, right click and assign this material to selection. Now, you can see this material is assigned here. Render your scene. Just take it like this over here so that we can have some space, and also just drag it like this. If you can't see your material, Simply click here and your material will come in the viewport. Now guys, start interactive rendering. The first parameter is diffuse. Diffuse specifies the diffuse color of the material. It simply gives the color to the material. If I click here and let's say I change my color to red, you can see that, or maroon, you can see the color of the teapot is maroon. And if I take it to something like this, you can see it's now like this. Next, reflections. To better understand reflection and see its result properly, I will change my diffuse color to black, nearly black, and render my scene so that we can compare it in the future. Save your render for future comparisons. Reflection. Black color means no reflection, while white color means full reflection. If you left click here and you see black has 0 value, while if I come towards white, it has 255, that is the full value. So when I click here and we are going to render it, you will see reflections over here. First, to save time, I will click on render region and I will make a region over here. Next, render it one more time. I'm just stopping my render. Now click on save, click here, make it A, make it B. You can see black, no reflection, white, full reflection. This is the black reflection, this is the white reflection color. Now, if you come here to the reflection parameter and you decrease your reflection to a gray value, it will decrease the reflection. This is no reflection, this is maximum reflection, and between it will be less reflection. So if I click, let's say make it half, 127, and render it one more time. Now stop your render again to save time and click here on the save and compare it one more time. Okay. This is the full reflection and this is the half reflection. You can see how it's changing. So this is how you control the overall reflection. Let's take it back again to its full value. Now guys, glossiness. Glossiness controls the sharpness of the reflection. A value of 1 mean perfect mirror-like reflection as you are getting here right now. But if I decrease my reflection glossiness, then it will make the reflections blurry or glossy. So let's decrease it to this time 0.8 and render it. Now, if I click here and let's compare it, you can see. Now, in both the cases, the reflection is white, but the reflection glossiness in this case is 1 and in this case is 0.8. So when I decrease my reflection glossiness, you can see it's become blurry. 1, 0.8. Now, decrease it a little bit more. Let's take it to 0.5. Render it one more time. And compare your results. When reflection glossiness is 1 and when reflection glossiness is 0.5. When reflection glossiness is 0.8 and when it is 0.5. So you can see the more I am decreasing my reflection glossiness, the more it is getting blurry. So this is how you control the blurriness or glossiness of the reflection. 1 means sharp, 0 means blurry. Let's take it back again to 1 to save render time. Remember, when you decrease your reflection glossiness parameter, then your render time will also increase. Now guys, you can see in my this render, when my reflection was white and my glossiness was 1, this was the result that I was getting. My reflection was full, but still I can't see it like a perfect mirror. The reason for this is that by default, V-Ray material consider the angle, and as the angle becomes parallel to you, it makes it less reflective, while on angles it make it more reflective. But what if you want a mirror, perfect mirror? So for that case, your diffuse should be perfect black, your reflection should be perfect white, and your Fresnel reflection parameter should be unchecked. Now, if I render it, it will act like a perfect mirror. You can see here that now it is acting like a perfect mirror. It is not dark or anything like that. It's just like acting like a perfect mirror. So for the perfect mirror, you have to do these three things: diffuse black, reflection white, and uncheck Fresnel reflection. Now, these are the important parameters of reflection. Next, refraction. For the refractions, I will just zoom out my camera. I will delete this object and I will create a box over here. Now guys, remember one thing: for the refractions to work properly, you need to have a double mesh. You need to have a thick mesh. I cannot use a plane over here. If I use a plane, it will not work perfectly. So that's why I'm using a box. Now guys, just convert it to poly and quickly chamfer its edges. Not too much, just a slight chamfer. Okay guys, now my mesh for the refractions is ready. Next, I will create a new material. I can also create the material like this. Now, assign it to the object, select it, right click, assign material to selection. Render it one more time. Stop your render and save it. To make glass-like objects or refractive objects, normally it's a good idea to take your diffuse or make your diffuse to black. Now, refraction. Black color means no refraction, while white means full refraction. Now, if I render it on white color, you can see that we can clearly see through the glass and it is acting as a fully refractive glass. If you click here and you decrease your value or you decrease your color towards black, you are also decreasing the value, which means it will not be fully transparent. Now, if I render it one more time, but just save it for comparison purpose and render it one more time. Just stop your render. And if you look here, we just save it and we look here, make it A, make it B. Now, you can see clearly that when your refraction color was white, the object was fully transparent. But when your refraction color is dark gray, the object is not fully transparent. It is getting this diffuse color. So remember this thing: the refraction color or this value controls the refraction amount. By the way, one more thing, just let's make it again fully transparent. And as far as the glass are concerned, they always have some reflection. So I will also turn on reflection. Don't turn it on full, but just give it some reflection too. Now render it again and save it. Now save this result. Next parameter, glossiness. Just like glossiness in reflections, there is a glossiness parameter in refractions too. When this parameter is 1, when glossiness is 1, you will get sharp refractions. But if you decrease your glossiness, you will get blurry refractions. So decrease it from 1 to 0.9 and render it. Stop the render and compare it. You can see when the glossiness parameter is 1, you are getting sharp refractions, but when the glossiness parameter is decreased from 1 to 0.9, you are getting blurry refractions. If I decrease it more, let's say to 0.7, I will get more blurriness. Click on save. Now you can see when the refraction glossiness is 0.9 and when it is 0.7. So the more you decrease your refraction glossiness, the more blurry it will become. And remember one more thing, the more you decrease your refraction glossiness parameter, the more it will increase the render time. Now again, take it back to 1. Next, if you want tinted glass, then you should play with the fog color. So let's say I want a brownish tinted glass. So I will click here and I will just give it a brown, dark brown color and render it. Currently, if you see, my glass is too much tinted. I don't want it to be that much tinted. I want to decrease its darkness. So there are multiple ways to control it. The first and the easy method is depth. If you increase your depth value, let's increase it to 3 and re-render it. Now guys, you can see that you are getting less tintness as compared to the previous time. Just save it. Let's say I want it to be more, I don't want it to be that much tinted. I want my tintness to be little bit more less. So again, what you can do is that you can increase this parameter to, let's say 5 and re-render it. Let's just render region it. To save time. So guys, you can clearly see if I just compare both of them, when my depth was 3, it was dark, but when my depth is 5, it is less dark. So basically it is controlling the strength of the fog. The higher the number of the depth, the lesser the strength of the fog will be. Now there is another way to control this. You can simply click on the fog color and you can reduce your saturation. I don't want this kind of color, so I reduce my saturation. Now if I render it again, now you can see that the color has been changed. So this is how you can control the color too. You can control the strength from the depth and you can control the color from the fog color. But I can, if I click here and I change the value, if I start increasing the value, now render it one more time to see what is going to happen. If you look here, the glass is again less tinted. The tintness of the glass has been reduced. But wait a minute. I just said previously that we used depth value. If we increase the depth value, we will decrease the tintness of the glass. Yes, this is true. This is method 1, from which you can decrease the tintness of the glass. And method 2 is the value. If you increase the value or if you increase the depth parameter, both will do the same thing. They will reduce the tintness of the glass. They will make it less tinted, less dark. But if you want to change the color, then you have to play with the hue and the saturation. Let's just take it to something like this and render it one more time. So guys, stop the render and you can see again, now this time the color has been changed. So I hope guys you have clearly understand how to make tinted glasses. Further, just change both of them back to their default values. Now, if you want, you can even put gradient. You can make your glass gradient. The only thing that you have to do is that you have to, on your fog color, here you have to left click here and you have to type gradient, normal 3ds max gradient, and let's give it a gradient ramp. Now click here and you have your 3 gradient parameters. Just to make things easy, I will just temporarily turn off my refraction so that I can easily see my gradient here, and I will just click on this. Select it and I will click here like this. Now I know what is happening in my gradient. Next, I will just apply a UVW map here to control my gradient. Click on box, then come here, click fit and just start rotating it. Take it to normal. Turn on angle snap by left clicking here, right click to bring this menu and just type here 90. Now rotate it 90 degree like this and again click on fit. Then open your material editor one more time. Turn it off like this by clicking here. Now simply double click here and give it a color. Let's give it this color. Double click here. Let's give it some other color. Double click here and let's give it some other color. So the texture I have applied over here like this. Now again click on the material. Give it some refraction. Give it full refraction and now render it one more time. You can see the 3 gradient colors that we have applied are coming here. Now, these are the cases where depth will do a better job. If you see that currently my depth is 1, if I want this effect to be less, then this depth parameter will do the job. I will just make it 3 and now if I render it again, I will get the gradients but its strength will be less. Let's just download a glass pattern. I'm downloading it from freepik.com. It's a very good website and I will highly recommend if you want to find images, you can find it from here. Now again, just for the setting purpose, I will turn off my refractions and right click, clear it. Next, I will click here and I will type bitmap. Double click it. Then you can use any glass pattern. Let's say I want to use this one. So I will click it and I will again just select it and click here to show this map in the viewport. If you want to adjust it, you can adjust it. I'm happy with its settings. So I will just simply again make my refractions white so that it is transparent and I will render it. Just stop it. As far as the depth is concerned, I will again turn it back to 1, and render it. Now you can see you're getting these things over here. Or if I simply come here, I click here and I change it's to red. This one, then I render it. You can see I will get this thing like this. So guys, this is how you can do tinted glasses and you can use textures in it too. Further guys, if I increase it, depth parameter, my texture will be less. So I hope guys you have understand these parameters very well because I have taken a lot of time in these parameters to explain you so that you can easily manipulate the pre-made materials of V-Ray. Now, just delete it. Quickly come close here. Again, make a teapot. Bring it up like this. Go to your material editor. Apply a V-Ray material to it. Now guys, come here, start interactive rendering. Click here, render region this part, and start interactive rendering. Now guys, the next option we will learn is presets. There are different kinds of presets which gives you different materials result. They serve as a very good starting point. Let's say you want aluminum. Just by one clicking, it has set all the parameters that give you a very good starting point for the aluminum material. And further you can change it. Let's make it brushed. You can see now you have a brushed aluminum metal. Let's say you want chrome, you want copper, gold, iron, lead, silver, diamond, glass, frosted glass, tinted glass. But what if you don't want a green tinted glass? You want a, let's say, a bluish tinted glass. For that, you need to change these parameters. We have already learned fog color. So we know if we want to change the color, we just have to change these hue or saturation. Let's bring it to blue. You can see blue color. Or we don't want it to be that much dark. So you have to increase your depth. Let's increase it to 5 and it will be less. So this is how you guys do these kind of things. And plus there are a lot more over here. Even you can make it a plastic and it will give it all the properties of plastics. The next parameter that we will learn is bump map. Bump map is a lighting shading effect that only changes the appearance of the object in renders. It will only change the appearance of this object in renders, but it will not change the actual geometry. For the bump map to work, you can use a black and white or grayscale image over here. Plus you can also use normal maps, but for now we will just use a black and white image. Just simply click here and let's just put a checker over here. Double click here. And if I select it and turn on the show shaded map in viewport, you can see this is black, this is white. The white area will go up and the black area will stay down. So if we come back to our renders, you can see like this. Now if I select it and I decrease its value, let's decrease it to 2. The effect will be minimized. Let's decrease it to 1. And the effect is more minimized. While if you increase this value, this effect will be, or you can say the bump will be more. The white area will go more up. But there is another technique by which you can alter the geometry in renders without physically modeling it. And it is called displacement mapping. And it is an extremely powerful technique, which I will show you in the next chapter. We use bump mapping for tiles, walls, and these kind of things. So guys, these are all the important parameters from which you can create realistic materials, or you can alter the existing material, pre-made materials by V-Ray according to your need. To create realistic paper, curtain, leaves, and lampshades like these, you need to create a translucent material in V-Ray. We use V-Ray two-sided material to create translucent materials in V-Ray. First, we will create the V-Ray file. Click on Cosmos browser. Then download and import lamp table 114-28. Click on import. After that, press Z. Now, if you select your model and go to your modify section, currently this model is in proxy form, which we will learn in the next chapter. For now, I want to import it as a mesh. For that, I need to go into my proxy rollout, and down there you can see import as mesh. There is a button. If I click on import as mesh, something has happened. but we can't see it because both of them are on the same place. Now, if we click here, you can see currently I'm selecting mesh. So if I just drag it, it's over here. And if I select this old one, you can see it is a proxy one. So one is proxy and one is mesh, that is editable. Now select your proxy and delete it. Again, select this one, right click on the spinner to bring it to the center. Again, right click and convert it into editable poly. Then click on element, select this mesh and detach it. Like this, and name it lamp shade. Now you can see this mesh is separate. Again, Ctrl Z to undo it. Now go to your material editor. First, I will put a simple material over here. V-Ray material. Right click and assign it. And I will name it, let's say, front shade. You can see the material is applied over here. Since I'm getting few of these things, so I will apply a smooth modifier over here and turn on auto smooth to get it off, and right click, again convert it into editable poly. I will come here and I will apply a fabric texture over here. Currently, I will be using this fabric texture and this bump map. For now, import this fabric texture over here like this. Then left click, hold it and release it on the diffuse. If you see, the texture has been applied on the model. Next, simply go to your perspective and turn on show safe frame. I want a small render size, so for that I will simply go to the render setup and I will choose a custom size of 600, 640 to 640. Plus, there is no ground, and for the ground I will use a V-Ray plane like this. And again, I will go to Cosmos browser and let's just put tile wide 0 to 160 centimeter material over the V-Ray plane. Since my V-Ray plane was selected, the material is directly applied on this V-Ray plane. Now render the scene. I just want to do one more thing. Come to your light listener and I want to increase my intensity from 1200 to 2000, and as far as the color temperature is concerned, I want a warm color. So I will be using 4000 like this. Refresh it and you can see I'm using a warm temperature. So render it one more time. Save your result. Currently, you can see no light is passing through it. The reason for this is that we are using V-Ray default material. We are using V-Ray default material and it will not let the light pass it. And it is not producing translucent effect. So simply right click and create a V-Ray two-sided material. Now apply this V-Ray two-sided, select the mesh and apply this V-Ray two-sided material on the mesh. After applying the V-Ray two-sided material, the first thing we will see is the front material. Front material are the front side polygons of the mesh, this mesh. So what you have to do is that the material we have created previously, we have to put this material into the front one. So left click and hold it. You can either drop it like this, release your left click here, or you can simply release your left click over here. In both the cases, it is applied onto the front material. Simply just click here to minimize it like this. Select your V-Ray material again. Now you have successfully added the front material on the V-Ray two-sided material. Render your scene again. Upon rendering, you can instantly see that the light is now passing the object. If you look here, no light was passing, but now you can see the light is passing because you are now using V-Ray two-sided material. Now, if I again select my V-Ray two-sided material, you can see the second option is back material. These are the backside, this side polygons. By default, it is disabled, which means that V-Ray will use the same material that is on the front, also on the back side. If you want to use a different material on the back side, you can use it. But mostly, we use the same material and leave it unchecked. We don't check it. We simply don't click here. We leave it unchecked. Next, translucency. Translucency controls how much you want your object to be translucent. Light gray, like this, will pass more light, while dark gray, like this, will pass less light. So just simply first cancel it, save your previous result, then make it dark gray. Now render your scene once more. You can instantly see that less light is now passing. If you see previous result, when the gray was medium, but when the gray is dark, less light is passing. Again, stop your result, save it one more time. If you make it bright, like this, and render, you can see now more light is passing. Now save your render. Left click here, come on like this, A, B, C, D. Make this one A, make this one, or this one D and this one, sorry, C and this one D. You can see your renders like this. When it was light gray means it was towards white, when it was medium and when it was dark. You can instantly see the differences over here. So I hope you guys understand translucency very well. After this, the best practice is that you keep it to its default value, that is like 127, and use a texture in the translucency. For that, I will simply come here and I will use this bump map. Left click here. Left click, hold it and put it into your translucency map like this. Click on V-Ray two-sided material and now you can see the bump map is in translucency. Again, the same concept will work. The dark areas, these black areas will pass less light and these white or bright gray areas will pass more light. Render your scene again. Now you can clearly see that this time the render is not constant. Some places are letting the more light pass while some are letting less light pass, just like the real fabric. But there is still something that I don't like. I don't like it to be blocking the light that much. You have two options for this to solve this matter. The first one is that you go to the Photoshop or some editing software and make it more bright, the whole texture more bright. Or if you don't want to go towards a compositing software, then you also have one more option. Stop your render, save it. Now come to this place here. We know that this color controls the translucency and this texture also controls the translucency. When this parameter is 100, it means it is totally using the texture. And when this parameter is 0, it will totally use this color. So put it to 50. Half texture and half this color. Now, if we render, you can see that more light is passing, but it is making it more interesting because it is giving it some variations. So it is giving it a translucent fabric look. What is color bleeding and how to control color bleeding? In simple words, color bleeding is an effect in 3D rendering in which when the light falls on an object, that object casts its color on other objects. In this case, you can see when the sunlight falls on the floor, The floor has a red color and it has been casted on all of these white walls and they are looking pink. Too much of color bleed can make your render look really bad and unrealistic, like here. On the other hand, too less color bleed can also do the same. To control color bleeding, we have two methods. Both are different and of equal importance. Method 1. Use V-Ray Material Wrapper. Method 2. Use V-Ray Material Overwrite. First, we will learn method 1. This is my current file setup. I have created a box which has white color with a value of 220 on all of these walls. And as far as the ground is concerned, it has a pure red color. A plain light has also been used to create lighting. Now render it. Go to the V-Ray camera and render it. Upon rendering, I am getting this kind of color bleeding, which is definitely looking ugly. After this, create a V-Ray Material Wrapper by double clicking. Then go to Polygon and select your ground. Right click and assign material to selection. This way, you have applied V-Ray Material Wrapper on the ground. Base material. It is a material that will come in rendering. So, the original red material we have created for the floor is going to be linked here. Left click, hold it and drag it here or here and release it. Now make it an instance. Currently, if I render right now, nothing will happen and it will produce the same result. You can see currently there is no change. If I save it and compare it with my previous result, you can see there is no change between them. Now all you have to do is that you have to change the generate GI. Generate GI controls the GI generated by the material which is actually causing the color bleeding. So if I uncheck this generate GI and render, you can see that there is no color bleeding on the walls because we have turned off generate GI, which is definitely wrong. So again, turn on your generate GI. And it is better to decrease this value. Let's decrease it to 0.4 from 1 to 0.4 and render again. Now save the render and compare it. You can clearly see that the color bleeding has been decreased. In the same way, if I increase the numeric value, the color bleeding will increase. But this technique has one drawback. If you look carefully, it has decreased the overall light along with color bleeding. If you are okay with that, that's great. Else, you have to increase your light a little bit. Or there is a second method which gives more control. Method 2. Use V-Ray Override Material. Open the scene again. Click on V-Ray Material slot. Just give it a name of floor so that it is easy to look at the results. Next, right click and create a V-Ray Overwrite Material. Simply select the floor, this one, where you want to control the color bleeding and assign this V-Ray Override Material to that plane. Close it. Base material. It specifies the material V-Ray uses while rendering the object. So simply connect your floor material to your base material. Click and hold left mouse button and just drag and release it over the base material like this. At this point, if I render, there will be no change in the result. To control this color bleeding, we have to apply a V-Ray material in the GI material slot. GI specifies the material V-Ray uses while calculating the GI solution. And since we know that color bleeding happens because of the GI bound, so the color we give here will bleed on the walls. Just for understanding purpose, first create a basic V-Ray material, give it a name of GI, click and hold left mouse button and drag it to your GI material slot. Now, if you click here, you can see GI has been connected over here. Just for the understanding purpose, give this diffuse a green color and render. It's just for understanding purpose. You can see that the walls are green because in the GI we have given green color, which is definitely not correct. But I did it just to make your concept clear. Now, click on the original material, floor material, copy its color, come to your GI material and paste it over here. Next, open it and decrease its saturation. Render again. Save it and compare. You can clearly see that we have controlled the color bleeding successfully. So it's up to you. You just need to change this color. If you give it more towards the red, it will bleed more. If you take it less, it will bleed less red color. So it gives you a more fine control than the previous method. I hope now you know how to control color bleeding. Just like wireframe materials in 3ds Max, we can also create wireframe materials in V-Ray using V-Ray edge texture to simulate wireframe renders like these. Let's see an example. Go to your Cosmos browser and download SUV011 and import it. Create a V-Ray plane. Apply V-Ray shadow catcher. Create a material. Assign it to the V-Ray plane. Make it little bit dark and leave it like this. After that, create a dome light, make its multiply 30 and use a V-Ray camera, physical camera. Now render your scene. Currently, this is the render that I am getting. Save it. Now open your material editor. Make another V-Ray material. Select your whole car. Right click and assign this material. You can name it anything. After this, in your map section, in your V-Ray section, double click on V-Ray edge texture from here or right click, go to your maps, V-Ray and make it from here, V-Ray edge texture. Then left click and drag it on the diffuse. You can see here like this. Now render it again. Now guys, you can see that we are seeing the line, but white is something that I don't want. Normally we want a different color on the lines. For that, click on your V-Ray edge texture node and you can see this is the color parameter. I normally keep it to black. You can keep it to anything you want. Now render it one more time. Save it and render it. Now guys, the render is done and the lines are black. But one thing that I don't like is these lines width. Normally, this width can be too small or too big. To control the width, we use pixel width. Currently, I think my width is too much. So I wanted to make it thin. For that, I will come here, pixel width. I will decrease my pixel width from 1 to let's say 0.3 and render it. First save it and render it. Now guys, save your result and compare it. When this pixel width was 1 and when it is 0.3. So you can see in my case I have to decrease it. 1 is not looking good, but 0.3 is looking good. So you can showcase your renders like this. You have seen it a lot of time. V-Ray physical camera. We have already seen how to set up V-Ray physical camera when we were doing the lighting section. But this time we will look into its parameters too, as they offer you a great advantage over the 3ds Max standard camera. Plus, V-Ray physical camera gives you all the parameters just like the real world camera or DSLR. The first thing that you need to do to set up V-Ray physical camera is that you should go to your render setup and set your size, output size from here. Currently, I will be doing it in NTSC DV. You might be using PAL or HDTV. Then, after setting this output size, the second thing that you should do is that you should left click here and select show save frames, or you can use its shortcut key Shift F. Now, this is the area that is going to render. If you want to change your camera angle, you can change it right now. Normally what I do is that I set the camera angle that I want to render in my perspective viewport. Then I convert it into V-Ray physical camera. But before we convert it into V-Ray physical camera, just render it one time to see the current result. If you remember from the lighting section, the default value of the HDRI with dome light was extremely high and it was giving us burning. To correct this, if you remember, we need to select the light, then we go to the light multiplier and we decrease this value. This is how we control the burning. Or the second option was that we were using V-Ray physical camera. So first just simply save it to history, close it, and when you are in your perspective viewport, you have two options to set this angle into V-Ray physical camera or convert this viewport, perspective viewport into V-Ray physical camera. Option number 1 is that you go, click, create, and then go to camera and then convert it to V-Ray. And from here, you click on V-Ray physical camera and create your camera like this. Then make sure your camera is selected. You are in your perspective viewport. Then press Ctrl C. You see something has changed, but still we are in our perspective camera. Left click here, go to camera and then click here V-Ray camera 1. Now we have successfully converted our perspective viewport into V-Ray physical camera. And if we render right now, you can see that the brightness of the light has been adjusted because we are using V-Ray physical camera, and V-Ray lights work perfectly with V-Ray physical camera. Now stop your render and just load the previous result. Left click here and click on load. And I want to delete this V-Ray camera. So I will left click here. I will click on select camera and I will press delete on the keyboard. Now again we are in our perspective viewport, and the second method to convert perspective viewport into V-Ray physical camera is the easiest one. You simply have to go here and click on V-Ray physical camera, and now your camera has been converted into V-Ray physical camera, plus you can see here V-Ray camera 001. So this is how I always convert my camera into V-Ray physical camera. Now again if I render, you can see the result is perfect. Now make sure your camera is selected V-Ray physical camera, then go to the modify section. If you uncheck it, you will get your focal length just like the real world camera, DSLR or camera. So if I, let's say, decrease my focal length to 25, you will see my angle, and you can see I get a lot of space. The camera doesn't move, but by changing the focal length, I'm getting more space as I'm decreasing my focal length. But as far as I'm going up, I'm increasing my focal length. You can see the things are coming close to me, but again, my camera is at the same position. Again, all of these things will benefit you if you know about the real world camera. Next, depth of field and motion blur. Depth of field is one of the most important options of VRay physical camera. So what is depth of field? Depth of field is used to focus a part of the scene and defocus blurs the rest of the scene. To learn VRay depth of field, what we will do is that we will go to Cosmos browser and we will click here, and then I have downloaded a model. It is 00158 Silverster. So download it and import it in your scene. Next, I will take my character close to the object because it will give you a good result if your object is close to your camera. So let's just take this boy like this and just bring it a little bit more closer. Let's say my boy is like this. So now what I want to do is that I want to focus this tree and defocus this boy. Then I want to focus this boy and defocus this tree. After that, what we will do is that we will defocus this tree more. So this is what we will do with our depth of field. So first thing first, to use depth of field, what you have to do is that you have to go into your helpers. Then you have to click on the tape tool. After that, you have to click somewhere close to the camera, and then you have to measure the distance between your camera and the object that you want to focus. Let's say I want to focus this tree. So the distance between both of them is 356. Then I have to come here. I have to select my camera. Then I have to go to modify and check focus distance. Then I have to put the value that we have calculated using the helper. That was 356. Something around this, 356. After that, what we have to do is that we have to check depth of field. But before checking depth of field, let's take a render without this option on. So right now depth of field is not on. Now save this render. Next, turn on depth of field. And remember, we have focus on the tree. Render it one more time. Save and compare. BA. This is my original render without depth of field, and this is with the depth of field. Look at the boy. Focus, defocus. It is little bit defocused. As far as the tree is concerned, there is no difference in the tree. The tree is focused all the time, but the boy is becoming defocused. We can increase this defocus, but we will learn it in a while. Right now. Next, I want to focus this boy and I want to defocus this tree. For that, again, I have to come into my top viewport and I have to go and click on helper. Then I have to click close to my camera and I have to release my mouse button over the boy or the character. Currently, it's 53.27. So again, come here. This time, select your camera, and since my depth of field is on, the only thing that I have to change is focus distance, and it is going to be 56. Now render your scene one more time. Save your render and compare it. BA. In this scene, the boy is in focus, but in the previous, the boy was defocused. So you can see little bit of blurriness over here, but now the boy is in focus. As you can see here, the tree was previously in focus, but now the tree is defocused. Let's say you want to increase your defocus or blurriness over the tree a little bit more. I want these objects to be more blurred. For that, you have to do one thing. You have to play with your f number, ISO and shutter speeds. Now, how to do this? First of all, if you want this part to be more blurred or defocused, you have to decrease your f number. Right now it is 8. So I will decrease it from 8 to 4. Now, render it. Oops, something strange happened. If you look right now, upon rendering, the image has been bright. Why it is happening? Stop your render. Now you need to understand one thing. When you decrease your f number, your image will get brighter. This is something that you have to do with depth. If you know about apertures and you know about DSLRs. Whenever you decrease your f number, more light comes into your camera and your image gets brighter. So this is what happens in the real world. This is what is happening in the V-Ray camera. Now, the thing is that to make it more blur, I have to decrease this number. And when I'm decreasing it, the image is getting brighter. So how to solve this problem? To solve this problem, you have to simply click here and load your previous result. Let's load it like this and delete this result, new one. Okay, then you have to click here and make a render region over the part that you know you're getting good light. So this is the part that I am getting good light. Now, if I render it right now, you can see it is extremely bright because we have decreased this f number. Now, to adjust this light, start decreasing your ISO to. So I will decrease it from 100 to 50 and render it. Now you can see its light has been decreased, but still it is brighter than the original result. So I will stop my render again. And this time from 50 to, I will decrease it to, let's say 30 and render it one more time. Now the results are extremely close. Let's just decrease it one more time and let's decrease it to 28. And this time, since I know I'm extremely close, I will turn it off and I will render it complete. Now save your render and compare BA. So in both the cases, the boy is in focus. You can see the boy is nearly in focus. It's not becoming blurred, but this tree is becoming more blurred in the second case. When the aperture is 8 and when the aperture is 4, when I'm decreasing the aperture, the tree is becoming more defocused. Plus you can see this part too and this part. 8, 4. So this is how you control your depth of field. If you want less blurriness or defocus, then you need to increase this value. If you want more defocus, more blurriness, then you need to decrease this value. And remember, if you decrease this value, then you also need to decrease ISO. If you increase this value, then you need to increase ISO to adjust your light. After depth of field, the next thing that we will learn is motion blur. For motion blur, you need an animated object. For my scene, I have downloaded Airplane 001 and I have animated it. So if I come here like this, you can see this plane. From frame 0 to frame 20, from 0 it is here and on frame 20 it is passing by like this. So if I'm in the center right now and I render my scene. Now guys, this is my render without motion blur. To turn on motion blur, simply come here. If you know about camera and you know about how to work with these kind of things, still camera, shutter speed, or movie camera shutter speed, or video camera shutter speed, then you should change it. Else, just leave it to still cam and come down here. Next, click on motion blur. The moment you check motion blur is going to be turned on. And now render it to compare that motion blur is working or not. Now guys, you can see that we are getting motion blur in the scene. So save your render, right click and enter 200. Why did I enter 200? So the reason for this is shutter speed. The motion blur is controlled by this shutter speed. Let's say I want to decrease my motion blur. I don't want that much motion blur in my scene. For that, I have to increase my shutter speed from, let's say, 200 to 600. But again, just like depth of field, something is going to happen. You can see that the light has been decreased. So again, stop it. Just like the depth of field, simply click here and load it. Now, simply click here on your first render and load it. Now, click here and take any point of reference that you can easily compare. Now again, start rendering this part. You can see the light has been decreased. Now guys, this time we want to increase the light. For that, we have to increase the ISO. Let's increase it from 100 to 200 and render it. Okay, still it is little bit dark than the original result. Let's just take it to 300. And now the scenes have meshed. The lighting is meshed. Now stop it, turn off your render region and render it one more time. Now save your render, right click and enter 600 here. We were using shutter speed of 600 here. So compare it, 601 with 201. When the shutter speed was 200, we were getting more motion blur. When the shutter speed is 600, we are getting less motion blur. This is how you control the motion blur. When you increase your shutter speed, you get less motion blur. When you decrease your shutter speed, you get more motion blur. And remember, when you are changing your shutter speed, you have to play with your ISO too. Now, for the last V-Ray camera option, I have used this building 121-15. There are times when your building or your object lines are not good. You are using the V-Ray physical camera, but if you look here, look at these lines are not good. And if I'm going to render it, still I will see these lines. So just simply render it one time. Next, save your render and select your V-Ray physical camera. If we come here, you can see these lines, these building lines. And if you come here, tilt and shift, you can see this tilt, automatic vertical tilt. If you click here, it is going to correct these lines. These lines are right now coming inside. You can see inside. Just watch very carefully what is going to happen. The moment I click, something has changed here. Now these lines are straight. Most of the time, automatic vertical tilt gives you a good result, but sometimes it's not going to give you the correct result. So in that case, you have to uncheck it and you can control it manually. See, this is what the vertical tilt do. Upon this thing, you will find a point where the lines are straight or the way you want them to be. So this is something that you can use. And sometimes the lines are so bad that I have to click and use this option. And now if we render it one more time, save your render and compare it. Without vertical tilt, with vertical tilt. You can clearly see, especially at this part. So it is a lot better now. Now it's up to you. If you want to use it, you can use it. Sometimes we need it. And really in this example, it's not that much, but sometimes it's extremely necessary to do it like this. So guys, these are all the important options of V-Ray physical camera. See you in the next chapter. In this chapter, we will learn V-Ray features for creating and modifying geometry objects in 3ds Max. V-Ray Proxy. The main advantage of V-Ray Proxy is that you can render extremely heavy scenes in your 3ds Max without increasing your RAM or your graphics card. We have been using this scene since the beginning of our V-Ray course, and you have seen that upon rendering, we get the result like this. You can see that in your viewport, the tree looks like this, but in your render, the tree looks like this. This is all happening because this tree is already converted into V-Ray Proxy. So what is V-Ray Proxy? V-Ray Proxy imports the geometry from an external VRMesh file at render time only. On the render time, this tree is imported from the original file, while in the viewport, a light geometry is present so that your scene doesn't get heavy. If we select this object, you can see it is already converted into V-Ray Proxy. If we press 7 on the keyboard, then you can see currently there are 32,789 polygons in the scene. Then if you come here and you click on the plus sign and then you click on the configure viewports. Next, if you click on the statistics and you click on total plus selections and OK, then there is a 0 that is coming. It is going to show us the total polygons of the selected object. Now, if we click on this tree, you can see currently the tree only contains 3,319 polygons in the viewport. But in the render, it is showing like this. Next, if you go to your modifier and you look at your proxy parameters, then display. Currently, you can see the display is set to edges, but if you change it to show whole mesh, then you can see the whole original mesh just like the render. And you can see that the tree is actually containing around 1112310 polygons. It is containing so many polygons, but if we change the preview to edges, then it is only showing us these polygons, and instead we can also change it to bounding box. Now it is only going to show us 12 polygons. So, and you can also see the total polygons also decreases. Let's again change it back to edges. So you need to understand the V-Ray Proxy is actually helping you in the matter that it is making the polygons low in the viewport, but in the render time, it is showing you the whole mesh. So this is going to make your scene a lighter and you can render heavy scenes. Now, we will learn how to create a V-Ray Proxy object. So for that, I will just create a simple teapot. Then I will go to modify section and I will increase my segments. Just for better understanding. Currently, the object contains 262,144 number of polygons. After creating the object, you should always apply the materials on it. When you are done with the object and the materials, then before creating the object into or converting the object into V-Ray Proxy, it is always better to go to utilities, click on reset XForm and click on reset selected. Make sure your object is selected and click on reset selected. Then go to modify and you can see this object is like this. Then right click and convert to poly. Now your object is totally ready to be converted into V-Ray Proxy. After that, make sure the object is selected, right click and try to find V-Ray Mesh Exporter or VRMesh Exporter. In previous versions, it was called V-Ray Mesh Export, but in newer versions, .vrmesh Exporter. Currently, I can't see it here. So first, I have to turn on this option. For that, I have to go to Customize and I have to click on Customize User Interface. After that, make sure you are in your Chord menu or Chord tab. Then from the categories, select Vray. After that, go down like this and try to find, export the selected mesh as an external file. Left click here and drag it to somewhere you can easily see. Let's just leave it above properties. Click on save and like this. Next, again, right click on the object and you can see this option here above the properties, .vrmesh exporter. Left click over here. Now, the first option is the folder option where you want your Vray proxy file to be saved. So in my case, it is going to exercise files, Vray proxy, and I'm happy with that. After that, these two options, they are also extremely important. Currently, in my case, I have a single object. So it is not going to matter either I click here or I click here. This is not going to matter at all. But if you are using a tree, then you might have separate branches as a one object, leaves as a second object, and flowers as your third object. In that case, you have an option. You can export all of them as three separate Vray proxy files. Or you can click here and you can merge those three and use them as a single file. Normally, I like to export all my files as a single file. Either it's a single file or they are multiple objects. I like them to be converted into a single Vray proxy object. So I keep it here like this. But after that, the next thing that you should always do is this. Create multi-sub-object materials. Always check here, because what it will do is that it will make sure if you have multiple objects, like if it was a tree, then the branches was one object, leaves were second object, and the flowers were third object. Then it will combine its materials into a single multi-sub object, and you will have no problem in the future changing those materials. So whatever is the case, if you are using a single file, then always check this object. After that, if you are exporting animation, then you can check here. I am not exporting animation. Plus, you can give this file a name. I can, let's say, give it a name of Proxy, teapot proxy. Then, lastly, never forget to check this option. Automatically create proxies. What this option will do is that it will convert this object into proxy, plus it will also import it as an proxy object over here. So guys, these are some of the important options. Plus, faces in preview, I normally decrease them to 15%. And you can also decrease these objects too. It's all up to you. After all of them, I will click OK. Now, my object has been created into proxy. If you can see, it is giving me some edges. If I select it from 262, 144, something like that, the object has been decreased to 9999 faces. Now, if I render here, you can see, I can see the object render in the render perfectly. Just stop it. Plus, now, if you come here, you can see Vray proxy files over here. Then in your Vray proxy parameters, you have multiple options. Currently, the preview is set to edges and it is giving me 99 edges. If still I want to decrease this less than that, I can click on bounding box. And now you can see the object has been just decreased to 12 faces. But if I render it again, nothing is going to change in the render. In the render, it is still this object. So rest of the options are not that much important. Only this option is important in the preview. And for placement purpose, if you want it back as a whole mesh, you can click it. But remember, the moment you click it as a whole mesh, it will give you its original faces. So it is not a good idea to leave it like this. It is always better to leave it like this or this. Normally, I will leave it to this. And guys, one more important option before I just end this topic. If for any reason you want your mesh back. Currently, the object is into V-Ray proxy. We cannot change it. We cannot do anything with it since it is a proxy object. But I want my tree back, original tree. So for that, you have to come here and you have to click on import as mesh. The moment I click it on import as mesh and I press W and I leave it and I just move out, you can see my proxy of my original object is also back here and it is in the mesh form. I can right click and I can convert it into poly and you can see the object is back with all the properties. You can do whatever you want. So you can convert an object into proxy and you can convert it back again. Plus, if you want to change the proxy object materials, you can simply come here and you can pick the material and you can see it is in the form of multi-sub object and you can just change it the way you normally change your materials. So that was all from the V-Ray proxy, and remember it is extremely important as it saves your memory. V-Ray displacement. V-Ray displacement is a trick to add detail to your geometry without having to model it. It actually modifies the actual geometry. You can see it here. This wall, it's just a plain box and it has a texture. But by using V-Ray displacement, we get this kind of result at render time. So without any modeling, I get this result just from this texture. You can see another example. This is just a simple texture, but by using V-Ray displacement, I get this kind of result. There are two ways to perform displacement. Displace map, second, V-Ray displacement modifier. In this tutorial, we will learn V-Ray displacement modifier as it has more control. First, I will use this example, this texture example on a plane to make your concepts clear. Then we will do a realistic arc-based example in which we will learn two problems that students normally face in a project. Problem 1, gap at corners. Problem 2, instead of getting this kind of result, if the object is placed over here, we get this kind of result, mesh overlapping. So we will also solve both of these problems. So without any further ado, let's get started. Example 1. Create a plane of equal size. I'm using 200 by 200 value. After this, add a light. You can add any light here. It's up to you. For quick and ease, I'm just adding a dome light and hide it. Then go to the V-Ray material editor and select it. Double click here, right click and assign material to selection. Then click on the diffuse and give it any color. It's up to you. I'm just giving it a yellow color. If I render right now, I will just get a simple plain render. Now, there are three ways to add V-Ray displacement modifier. Select your object, go to V-Ray, go to create, modifiers and click on V-Ray displacement modifier from here, or you can simply left click here on the modifier list and you get a V-Ray displacement modifier from here. Or you can simply come here to your V-Ray toolbar and click on V-Ray displacement modifier from here. The second thing after that you have to do is that you have to place a black and white texture over here. I will be using this texture. So left click here, click on the bitmap and apply the texture over here. Now render your scene. Upon rendering, if you can't see anything proper over here, then just do simply one thing. Go to the amount and increase it. Let's increase it to 30 and render it one more time. 3 questions should pop up in your mind right now. First, how displacement works. Second, how to increase this displacement height. Third, how to make your result better. You can see that I cannot read the text properly. So how to make it better. First, I will answer question 2. How to increase displacement height. So save your this result. Currently my amount is 30. So my height is over here. Now increase this height to 60 and render it one more time. Save your result and compare both of them. Now you can clearly see on amount 30, the height was over here, and the amount 60, the height was over here. All the height has been doubled. So this is how we control the height by using the amount parameter. Next, we will discuss question 3. How to make the displacement result better. If we just make it like this and render it one more time, you can clearly see that I can see this brightness 25%. Still it is readable brightness 50%, but these two are not readable. Plus, look at this part. It's not good at all. So just save your render. To fix this, you need to come here and you need to decrease this edge length parameter. Remember, the more you decrease your edge length parameter, the better the result you will get. But it will also increase your render time. So decrease your edge length from 4 to 1 and render one more time. Save your render and compare it. BA. You can clearly see when the edge length was 4, I cannot read this part and look at this part. But when I change my edge length to 1, look at the difference over here and over here. So this is how you control the quality of your or the result of your displacement. But look at the render time. It happened in 17 seconds and it is happening in 20 seconds. So it is also increasing your render time. And remember, this is an easy example. In difficult examples or complex images, it will take a lot of time. Now comes the main question, how displacement works. If you look at both the images, 100% white color is the highest, 75% gray color is less than 100% white color, 50% gray color is nearly half the size of 100% white color, and so on. You can clearly see from this example that the black color has no height, but as the color gets brighter and brighter, the height also increases. Hopefully, this concept is clear to you, but don't go away because the most important information is about to come. In your previous file which we were using, simply hide all of these and create a wall. After this, I will go to textures.com, click on free, and here are PBR materials. These are very good materials. If you click here, again there are different categories. I will go to brick walls, and from this brick wall, I will be using this example, stone bricks. And I have downloaded these images. First, I will use this image in my diffuse parameter. Simply select the object, click here. In the diffuse, I will click here, click on bitmap, and I have applied this image over here. Now, I will render it. On render, I get this kind of result because this was the image that I used in my diffuse, which is definitely looking ugly. Plus, I have used VFB map to adjust it a little bit. Now, for the displacement, you have multiple options. You can use this height image, you can use this normal image, or sometimes I use this ambient occlusion too, depending on the result, how I want it. Now, I will apply a displacement modifier over here. In the displacement modifier, I will click on the texture map and a bitmap and I will use this time first this height one. Now render your scene. You can currently see the height is extremely less. So I will stop my result and I will increase my height. Let's increase it to 10 and render it one more time. And save your result. You can see that on changing the amount, the height has been increased. Next, if you come here close, you can see that there is something, I think there is a gap. So just to confirm this gap, change the amount to 30 and render it one more time. Now stop your result. You can clearly see that there is a gap coming. So this is the first problem that students normally face. To fix this problem, the solution is extremely easy. Just simply come here to your keep continuity and check here. If you click on keep continuity and you render it one more time, just save it, this render, and render it one more time. Save your result and compare it. A, B. You can clearly see when the keep continuity was off or unchecked, you are getting these kind of gaps. When it is on, you are not getting these kind of gaps. So this is the advantage of keep continuity. Always keep it checked. Now for the problem 2, we will do just one thing. We will come here and we will create a box over here. Now just place a box directly above the wall. Come here, click on, let's say 10 and render it one more time. Save your render. Currently, if you go close, you can see there is extremely small overlapping here, but there is some overlapping here. Now, one more thing at this point. Currently, if you remember, I was using this height map, but sometimes I don't like the result of this height map. Instead, I like to use ambient occlusion because it gives me a different result. So let's use it. This time, click here, go to bitmap and use this ambient occlusion map. All the values are same. I have just changed the texture and I'm going to render it one more time. Now save it and compare both of them. You can see that both of them are producing a different result. Height map is producing something different and the ambient occlusion is producing something different. So there are times when instead of this, I want to achieve this kind of results. So I will be using this ambient occlusion map. It's all okay till here, but the problem starts from here. Now, if you look here, on height, it was not overlapping too much, but on ambient occlusion, it is overlapping too much. The reason for this is that this amount value 10, it is increasing its height too much. So if I want this result and I don't want my meshes to overlap, then there is a solution for this. And the solution is this shift value. So if your amount is 10, then use a value of minus 10 on the shift and render it one more time to see the result. To save time, I am stopping my render and again comparing them. You can see when the shift was 0 and when the shift was minus 10. Or you can say, I think so, instead of minus 10, I will use minus 9 because I want it to touch it properly, minus 9. So I will render it one more time. And as far as the edge length is concerned, I will also decrease it to 1 and render it once again. So guys, this is how I use V-Ray displacement modifier. The important parameters are, in your texture map, place a grayscale or black and white image, change your amount, increase it. If you are having an overlapping problem, then use the shift value in negative. And as far as the edge length is concerned, you have to definitely decrease it to make your quality better. And finally, check keep continuity for gaps. So this is how we use displacement. V-Ray plane. Let's say you have a scene where you have a tree and you want a grassy ground. For that, what normally people do is that they come and they create a plane and then they put a grass material over here and render the scene. You can see two things are happening that are not good right now. The first thing is that the texture is not appearing properly, and the second thing is that the grass is not meeting the horizon line. The horizon line is the place where the sky and the ground meets. Like if you go to a seashore, then you might have seen this effect. So I need my grass to reach till here. For that, what I have to do is that I have to scale my grass and then I have to like this, and then I have to do the UVW mapping. Instead of doing all these things, what you can do is that you can simply click on the V-Ray plane and put it anywhere. Its position doesn't matter. Only thing matters is its height. So I will use the same grass material over the V-Ray plane. Make sure your V-Ray plane is selected, and then from the Cosmos browser you click import. Now if I render right now, two things happened right now. The first thing is that V-Ray plane goes all the way till the horizon line. It is an infinite plane. Second, you don't have to worry about UVW mapping the texture. If you are using Cosmos browser materials, then V-Ray plane will adjust the texture automatically. So these are the two advantages of using V-Ray plane. Next, V-Ray clipper. If you want to remove or clip the part of an object from a scene, then you can use V-Ray clipper. So first quickly delete this object from here and import cloth store 107-15. You can use any object, but if you want to follow along, then import this object. Next, press P on the keyboard and go something like this. Now, I want to clip the roof of this store. So for that, I can do two things. I can simply come to my geometry, then I can come here and create a V-Ray clipper from here, or I can go to the V-Ray menu, then create, then geometry, and I can use the V-Ray clipper from here. So click here. Now, its size is not going to matter. If you're using V-Ray clipper like this in its simple form, then you just only need to increase its height. You can see like this. Now, if I render right now, just simply create a V-Ray camera. Now render it one more time. Currently, you can see it's not cutting the whole roof. So stop it. Come into your front viewport, select your V-Ray clipper and decrease it down like this. Something like this. Okay. Now, remember one more thing. This arrow. If this arrow is like this toward this side, V-Ray clipper will remove all the objects above it. If it was downwards, it will remove all the objects towards this place. So since my arrow is up, it is going to remove the roof. Now render it one more time. Now guys, you can see that V-Ray clipper has removed the roof, but I don't want this white lines. I don't want this white color mesh over here. So for that, what I can do is that I can apply a V-Ray material on the clipper. Let's just apply, make sure the V-Ray clipper is selected, right click and assign material to selection. Let's just give it a Let's say I want a red color like this. Now guys, if you look here, V-Ray Clipper has successfully eliminated the roof part and the gap between the two walls has been filled by the red color that we have applied using the material. Now let's say I don't want to apply our material over here, separate material. I want the clipper to use the object material. For that, I have to check this use object materials. If I check it right now and I render it, you can see it is assigning this solid part the material color, this wall color. Now there is a catch in it. Just simply stop it and simply pick this material. If you look here, it's a multi-sub object with different IDs. The first ID is 1. By default, it picks the first ID of the multi-sub object. But if you want a different ID, then you have to change it. Let's say I wanted to have the floor color. So for that, I have to check another thing that is called set material IDs. And from here, I have to choose 2. Now, it will use the object material, but since I check the set material ID, it will use the ID number 2. Now render it one more time. You can see the color has been changed. If you're still unsure, let's just do it one more time. This time use this black shiny metal 4. If I give it an ID of 4 and I render it one more time, I'm getting this black shiny part. So these are the 3 most important options: use material, object materials, set material ID, and material ID. Next, mesh mode. It is also extremely important. So remember, in this example, we have used V-Ray Clipper with its default plain value. Let's open another file. Now let's see the V-Ray Clipper mesh option. For that, I have a scene with the same lighting setup that I have been using previously. Dome light plus HDRI day 26. The next thing that I will do is that I will import a car 017 model here. After that, I will take a render and save it. Now, this is my render. I want to remove this roof. I want to remove typically this part. So to remove this part, what I have to do is that I have to make a mesh here like this, because I cannot use the V-Ray Clipper default plane option. Its shape is not suitable for this part. So I have already created the mesh. If I unhide my mesh, so you can see this is the mesh that I have already created with the same shape nearly of the part that I want to remove. Little bit far away from it, but a little bit big than it, but from these parts, but as far as the sides are concerned, it is properly over the places where I want it. Now, what I will do is that instead of this clipper plane option, I will come to my modify and I will check mesh mode. Now all of these options are on and I will pick this mesh as the V-Ray Clipper. Now the V-Ray Clipper has been converted into this mesh. If I render right now, let's just change its color so that you can easily see what has happened. Stop the render and compare. Now guys, you can see that the roof has been removed. But there are some things that are not good, or you can say I don't like it. The first thing is that you can see its jagginess. Plus, it is also cutting these seat parts that I don't want. So, I can do another technique with this. First, I will undo quickly. Then I will select my object and isolate it. Then I will click on Import as Mesh, press W on the keyboard and move it like this. Now this is my proxy object. I am going to delete it. And this is my normal mesh object. Alt Q again. Right click, convert it to editable poly. Then click on elements, select this part, the part that I want to remove, and just detach it. Click here. Let's give it a name of top and remove it. Make it OK. While the remaining part, I will name it body. Now click here to go out of this mode. Again, select your V-Ray clipper, then make sure your mesh mode is selected. Click on pick mesh and click here. Now again you have selected this mesh. Render it one more time. Again, change its color so that we can easily distinguish between things. Render it one more time. You can see nothing has happened right now. We are still getting the same previous result. Now what you can do is that you can click on exclude, and there are multiple ways. You can exclude all the objects, or you can include only the object that you want to be cut. So normally what I do, I click on include, and I will click on the top, this part, and I will include it into clipper. And now if I'm going to render, save and compare. You can see previously when we didn't include the top, this was the result I was getting. This glass was getting cut. But when I include the top, you can see this glass is ignored. Only it is working or making its effect on the top body. So that's why we are getting this blue color over here, while you can see the seats that was previously are not cut anymore. Plus if you look here, this part was getting cut, it is also not getting cut. So this is the advantage of clicking here on the exclude option. Plus, as far as this thing is concerned, we know it from the previous section. We can simply click on the use object materials, plus we can pick the material to see which color is giving us the green color, which material. So one is the green, so it means we don't need to check it, or even if we check it, it is not going to matter at all. Stop the render, save and compare. So you can see without the clipper option and with the clipper option. V-Ray Decal. In V-Ray Decal, you don't need to worry about the UVs of an object. You can easily apply one material or texture over another material or texture, and you even don't need to do any UVW mapping. Let's see an example. Let's say on this car, I want to have these two lines and this texture. If you do it conventionally, then you might do UVW mapping and then you will apply this texture. But using V-Ray Decal, it is very, very easy. Let's see how to do it. Now, to create V-Ray Decal, there are multiple ways. You can come here, go to create geometry, and you can create it from here, or you can create it from here, or you can simply create it from here like this. Now, if you look here, it is saying no material. Currently, we haven't applied any material on this decal. Now, if we come into our perspective viewport, we can see there is an arrow. This arrow is extremely important. It means that whatever material we will place here will be projected downwards. So, to create lines, what we will do is that we will first stretch it. Make sure your V-Ray Decal is selected, then go into Modifies panel And then there are 4 parameters that are extremely important: width, length, projection depth, and bend. You should never scale using the scale tool. Since I want my lines to be like this, I want my lines to wrap here like this and then go all the way back. So I also needed to bend. So the first thing that I will do is that I will look where the bend, how the bend is working. The bend is working like this. It means that I have to rotate it like this. So I will rotate it 90 degree like this. Then I will again make it 0. Currently I don't need the bend. Then in the top viewport, I will first decrease its length. Let's decrease it to around 2.5 and increase its width. Then bring it like this. Again, come to your camera view. Currently, it is inside the car. Now, I have to increase the projection depth. Remember, you should never use this scale parameter. Next, come to your materials. Create a new material. Right-click and assign it to this object. Then give it a dark gray color. Next, render it. Currently, something is wrong here. If I look here, I can see that the line, this black line is on the ground, it's on the front window, and it's on the rear window too. This is something that I really don't want. So how to fix this? To fix this, you have to first select your car and look at its parts names. If it is in parts, that's good. If you remember, in the previous section, we have converted this part into and name it body part. So this is good. We know it is body top. So this time we will select our V-Ray Decal and we will go into exclude. Now there are two options. You can either use exclude or include. Normally I use the include option. So click here on include and include only the things on which you want your decal. So I will include this body top. Now if I press OK and I render, you can see this line is only on the top, but I also want this line over here and here too. Now stop it, select your object, then go into elements. Select this element, then this element, then this element, this one, and this one. Basically, you have to select all the elements where you want your line. Okay, now I have selected all of those elements. Now again, press C on the keyboard, then detach all of these elements. Let's name it A. Again, select your V-Ray Decal, then go to include and include this A part too. Click OK. Render again. You can see the line is only coming on the objects that we have included. Now again go to the top viewport and adjust this line. Take out another copy and make it sure it's an instance. Now render one more time. You can see two lines are properly coming over here. Next, we want a lion logo over here. I have downloaded this image from freepik.com and it is designed by Vector Twins. Plus, I have made its alpha. That is the white part that will be visible and the black part will not be visible. So let's see how to apply this texture. Now in the top viewport, create another V-Ray Decal. Place it here somewhere like this. Then make sure it's in the center. Luckily, it's in the center right now. Now in my perspective viewport, I will give it some depth, projection depth. Next, I will apply a material over here. So for that, create another material. Plus, I will import my line texture and my line alpha texture or the images. Plug this image into the diffuse, the color one. And now make sure your V-Ray Decal is selected and assign it over here like this. Then in your top viewport or any viewport, you just adjust it. Let's just make it like this. There is a chance that the ratio is not correct. You can see, we can guess that the ratio is not correct, and this can happen to you. So the easy way to fix this is that you click on Fit Aspect Ratio to Material and it will be corrected automatically. But remember, if you want to scale it, then it's better to scale it like this. Now again, go to your camera and render it. Two problems are happening right now if you look here. The first thing is this white color. I want to remove this part. And the second thing is that the black lines are coming on the line texture. This is something I don't want. So to fix them, the first thing is this. You need to go into your material and the black and white image that we have prepared, we have to plug it here in masks. So I will left click here and drag it and release it on No Map. And now the mask has a map. If we render it right now, on rendering, we can see that the texture is coming perfectly. We are not getting any white areas over here. Next, we will address the second issue. The lines are coming on the texture, but we want the line texture to come up and the lines below it. So to solve this, what you have to do is that you have to look at the order. Currently, this line texture has the order of 0 and these lines has the order of 0. So to solve it, we will select the line texture and we will increase its order from 0 to 1. And now if we render, now remember before rendering, this has an order of 0 and this has an order of 1. So the greater order will come up. So guys, you can see that the line is coming below the texture and we have correctly fixed it. Now let's change the camera and look at it from a different angle. Let's say we want to render it like this. Just stop it and put a camera over here and now render it one more time. Now, still you can see everything is perfect till here, but this is the part that where we are not getting these lines. This is where our bend parameter will help us. Everything is working perfectly. Now, to fix this, you have to select your V-Ray Decal and then you have to increase your bend parameter like this. Now, if we render it, you can see that the lines are now perfect. This part is also getting the lines. So this is how you fix these kind of things. So these are right now the ways to fix it. Lastly, this thing is left. Again, what you can do is that you can simply know the name. It's A, this part is A. Select it, make it include, click here on A. And now this line texture will not come here like this. Render it one more time. Now you can see this part is also coming perfectly. And angle is not going to matter. I can take it from anywhere. It is going to work perfectly. V-Ray Decal is also extremely important in case of cylindrical objects. Let's see another example. Let's say you have a bottle like this and you want to place this texture with this text on this cylindrical bottle. So again, the procedure is extremely easy. Open the outdoor scene, then go to your Cosmos and download this object. Then I will convert it or export it into mesh and delete the proxy object. Now select this object and bring it up like this. Next, open your material editor, and just for the ease of placement, I will select my material and I will turn off its refraction. After this, place a V-Ray camera over here. Next, click on V-Ray Decal and click on Auto Grid so that you can easily place it on the grid like this. Next, create a V-Ray material, assign it to your V-Ray Decal. Next, I will be using this texture that I want it on the bottle, plus I will use this as an alpha map. This design is taken from FreePic, designed by Harry Arts. Import this one here and the alpha one too. Now, place your color map into the diffuse, and here you can see it. After this, if I go close here and I go on rotation, it's 94 point something. I want it to be perfect, so I will place it like this, 90. I will go to the modifier, and as far as the band is concerned, since I want it all over the bottle, so I will make my band to 360, a complete circular shape. I will give it a complete circular shape, and let's just select both of them and isolate them so that we can easily select it. You can see this is right now. Even I can use the align tools to place it perfectly in the center. Then place it down like this. I think so it's a little bit less, so I will increase its projection depth a little bit more. Now, these things are working perfectly. As far as the height is concerned, it's not proper, so let's just give it a height like this. Now, as far as the alpha is concerned, we will put it into the mask rollout, left click, drag it and release it on the mask. Now, render one time. Just take the camera a little bit close to see the result more better. It's a little bit better, but I want to do two more things. I want to rotate it a little bit towards this side, plus height, I want to increase a little bit more. Now render it one more time. You can see that the texture has been placed properly and it is following the curve. The only one thing that is left is that, if you remember, we have made it non-refractive. So we will again make it refractive and render it one more time. Now the bottle is refractive, and if we look here, there is only one problem. We can see that this text and even the design is doubling. The reason for this is that there is a glass and then there is a liquid. So the V-Ray Decal is placing the texture on the bottle plus on the liquid. So the only thing we have to do is that we have to convert this object into editable poly. Then we have to go here on the elements, select it as an element and detach it. Name it something like A, anything that you can remember. Then click on your V-Ray Decal and click on extrude, make it include and include A in it. Now, if we render just one more time, before rendering it, just click here so that we can save the old render, and now render it one more time, or just take the render of this part. Now you can see that there is no doubling of text or anything. Just save it and compare it. A, B. You can see before, look at the text, after. Look at the design, there was doubling. Now there is no more doubling. So this is how you use V-Ray Decal. And V-Ray Decal again is very important because it saves a lot of time and you don't need to do any UVW mapping for it. V-Ray Enmesh modifier. If you want a pattern geometry like these on an object, then you can easily do it using V-Ray Enmesh modifier. Go to your download section and import this chair. After importing it, what I will do is that I will simply go to my modify and click on import as mesh and delete this proxy one. And delete this proxy one. Now I will convert it to editable poly and then I will just simply detach this one and detach this one. The reason for detaching them, both of them, is that I want to place a pattern geometry on this one and this one. Plus, I will come here and I will give it a material too, like red velvet. Now there are some noise over here, or you can say some hard edges, so I will give it turbo smooth too. Now if we render right now, okay, just import the camera. If we render right now, we can see that this is the result that we are getting. It's a simple fabric. So what I want is that I want this to be like this. I want this pattern on the object, or you can say on the chairs. So what I have to do is that I have to select it, and then from here I will click on V-Ray Enmesh modifier. After that, I have to click on plus and I have to add this pattern. After adding the pattern, the first thing that you should do is that you should click on fit in object space, so that if you see here, you can see the box of the V-Ray Enmesh is coming perfectly on the pattern. Then again, simply copy this one and I can also put it here on this one too. Now, first we will render to see the result we are getting. Now guys, I'm getting a very good result, but I'm not happy with one thing. And it is that if you see here, these patterns are too big. I want them to be small. So stop your render and select the object. Next, if you come here, you can see there is a tiling U and V. I will increase both of them. Let's increase both of them to 7 and 7. Now render one more time. Now guys, you can see that the texture size is according to my need. I'm happy with it. But what if I want to decrease its height? So stop it, save your render, and now there is a parameter called height percentage. Let's just decrease the height percentage to 75 from 100 and render it one more time. Now stop your render, save it and compare them, A, B. You can see when the height was 100% and when the height was 75%. 175. So definitely there is a decrease in the height. I'm just happy with 100. Now, if you want to give some offset and rotation, you can also give it from here. Let's say I don't want this one, I want a different one. So what I can do here is this, I can simply come here. Let's say I want this pattern. So I can import this one. Then I can bring it here too. Now all I have to do is that I have to click here and remove them. Click on add and simply click here. Next, render your scene. Oops, something different has happened. So stop the render, click here. Accidentally, it has applied one more VRay Enmesh. Sometimes it happens, just remove it. Just simply remove this one too. And just apply it one more time, VRay Enmesh modifier. And simply click on the add and add this one. Sometimes this kind of things happen, so you have to be careful. Just remove this one and copy this and place it here like this as an instance. Now render one more time. Currently, I can see gap here. The reason for this is that my tiling is too big and this pattern is giving us gap, because if you look here, there is a gap in the original pattern too. So what I have to do is that I have to decrease my UVW tiling. Let's decrease it to 1 and 1. Now render one more time. Oops, sorry. Not 1. I have to increase them to make it size small. So let's just do it 15 and 15. Still, the gaps are too much. So I will again stop it and I will just now make them, let's say 30 and 30. Now, if you look, the gap has been a lot more small. But definitely there is some gap, because in our original pattern there was gap. We can still increase it further to make it a little bit more less, but technically speaking, in these kind of sofas we don't use this kind of pattern. But I just want to show you. So this is how you can achieve some amazing results using VRay Enmesh modifier. VRay final or high quality render settings are quite easy. Let's say I have to render this scene in high quality. I have done all my lighting and materials on it and I'm satisfied with it. Now I will open my render setup and I will open my VRay frame buffer. Now remember one more thing. Currently the values of VRay 6 render settings are set to its default values. I haven't changed any value right now. First, we will render it like this. Now guys, if I zoom here using scroll, you can see that it has a lot of noise. So the first thing that I do is that I go to my render elements, I click on add and then VRay denoiser. Double click here. Now, if you scroll down here, you can see VRay denoiser has a preset, default, strong. It's up to you. In the final settings, normally I use default or mild. But if you remember in the previous chapters, in the test renders, I use default or strong. So for now, leave it to default. What this will do, let's take a render and see. Now guys, my render is complete. If I zoom here again, you can see there is no noise. Plus one more thing, if you see, this is denoiser. This option is on now. If I come here, this was the result without denoiser. If I double click here, it will load in the memory. You can see the denoiser was not available in my previous render, initial render. But when I turn on the VRay denoiser and I double click and I save it here, if I double click here, you can see that the noise has been removed. Let's compare it. A, B. You can clearly see with denoiser on option here and with denoiser off. Plus, if I come here and I turn it off, you can see without denoiser, this was the original render, and with denoiser. So the denoiser removes a lot of noise, plus it saves your render time too. And if you click here, you can even change your denoiser settings from here too. Mild, strong, and default. So it doesn't matter if you didn't change it from here. After adding the V-Ray denoiser, the next option that I do is that I look at my render scene. If I see somewhere the light is too much burning, like here you can see the light is burning a lot. So to remove these highlight burns, what I do, I click here, click on exposure. Now, I have already covered this topic in my V-Ray frame buffer chapter, but just let's see it one more time. Look carefully here. I will decrease my V-Ray highlight burn. The more I am decreasing my V-Ray highlight burn, you can see that this area is getting controlled. Its highlights are, or its burning effect is getting less. Now look here. The highlights are decreased, but definitely I don't want to decrease them that much, and I don't want it is like this. So normally I keep the value between 0.75 to 1. Now you can see I'm happy with it. Without, if I turn off this exposure, you can see it was burning like this, but now it is not burning that much. So after V-Ray denoiser, the second thing I do is that I add exposure layer if it is required. The third step that I do is that I go to my GI. Now currently it will be set to default, but if you left click here, you will see its advanced options. Now, ambient occlusion. In simple words, ambient occlusion adds realism to your renders by producing soft shadows in areas of intersection, these kind of areas, and contact of your model. Ambient occlusion can be done in two ways, but I will only cover this one for right now. Now, click on ambient occlusion. You can see the ambient occlusion has been turned on. Now, take a render with default values. Now guys, ambient occlusion render has been done and I have saved it here. Let's compare it with the previous one, A and B. This side only denoiser was on, this side ambient occlusion is on. If you look here carefully, you can see without ambient occlusion, with ambient occlusion. By turning on ambient occlusion, I have increased the depth, or you can say the quality of my render. Look at even these parts too, these parts. Look here. This part. So that's why I always add ambient occlusion. But the ambient occlusion is too much. So let's see its parameter. Currently, we have two parameters to control ambient occlusion. Radius. This value will control how far the ambient occlusion effect will go. But normally this value is good, or you can say for my render it is good. Second, ambient occlusion, this value. It will control how hard this ambient occlusion will be. A value of 0.8 is producing this kind of shadows. But if I decrease it, let's decrease it to 0.5 and render it one more time. Now guys, the render has been completed with the value of 0.5 and I have saved it here. Let's compare it. B, A. This is 0.8 ambient occlusion, this is 0.5. So you can see the 0.8 effect is too much. I don't want it that much, and so I will go for 0.5. But still, if I compare it with the previous result where only denoiser was on, you can see still it is better than the denoiser on. It is taking out details. Not even from this one place, it is taking out detail from everywhere. Look at this part too. So I always like subtle ambient occlusion. Or you can say a lot of professionals do this thing. After setting my ambient occlusion, the fourth thing that I do is that I come here to the V-Ray section tab, and from here come to your filter types. You can try all of these filter types on your own to see which one you like best. But normally I go either with this or with this one. Now, if I click here, you can see a 25 pixel filter with pronounced edge enhancement effects. So we will render and see what it does. Now guys, the render has been complete and I have saved it here. So let's compare it. B, A. In this render, on this side, only denoiser and ambient occlusion of 0.5 is added. But on this side, denoiser, ambient occlusion 0.5 plus filter type is on. This one. So let's compare it one more time. If you see, you can see it has added further detail into your render. Yes, it will bring back some of the noise, but don't worry. The settings we are about to do after this will solve this problem too. But remember, whenever you use this one, it will bring back some noise. Now the decision is yours. You want to save your render time or you want a little bit more detail. Even if I come here, you can see this part and then this part. It is going to bring back details. After setting my filter type, the last setting that I do is that I go to Global Illumination tab again, and in my light cache, I increase this value. If you remember, in the test renderings, we keep it to 500. But for the final renders, remember two things. If you are doing an exterior scene, then this value should be between 1500 to 2500. And if you are doing interior scenes, then this value should be between 2000 to 3000. So I will go for 2500 in this scene since there is detail here. Now, after that, go to your V-Ray tab and come here to this section. Now, if you remember, in the test render, we keep this to 1-2 minutes. And you know, if you put 1 here, then after 1 minute, the render will stop. If you put 2 here, after 2 minutes, the render will stop. But remember one thing, guys. If you are doing final renders, then make it 0. It will disable this max render time and play with this noise threshold. So what is noise threshold? It sets the desired level of noise in the image. Since the render time is disabled right now, 0. Therefore, V-Ray will stop rendering when the noise threshold value of 0.01 is reached. Lower noise threshold values will give better results but increase render time. So, if you want to decrease noise right now, in this image there is some noise and I want to decrease noise and get better results. So, I have to decrease this value. Now, decrease this value from 0.01 to 0.005 and render it one more time. Now guys, this is the final result that I'm getting with the value of 0.005. Lastly, I come here to exposure, and if you remember, I always use a contrast of 0.1 or 0.15. I will keep it like this now. So guys, again, click here, B, make it B, and our initial render, default render with no settings, A. You can see guys, this was my render with the default values, and this is after the render settings. You can see the level of details and everything. So guys, a quick recap. This is how I do my render settings. I go to render elements, use a preset in the denoiser with default or mild. Then after that, I add an exposure layer and use its highlight burn if it is required. Then after that, add ambient occlusion, then image filter type if it is required, and then subdivision of 2500 plus noise threshold value of 0.05.